The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin Chapter 1101 Chapter 1101 Revival Point Translator Namyami Editor Namyami. While the various guilds pondered how to steal the monsters raised by other guilds, they certainly wouldn't forget to protect their own. Each of them sent extra players to stand guard over their own monsters. After receiving news from guild leader Changing Spring, Blue River sighed. Another round of deception and scheming was beginning again. How tiring. Nowadays, Blue River no longer led teams. He preferred to serve as an ordinary guild player, just fighting wherever he was told. But there was an overabundance of players willing to do such work in the game. Blue River was more valued for his ability to lead and manage teams. Changing Spring understood and respected Blue River's state of mind, but faced with the current situation, he still highly valued Blue River's ability, and ultimately sent Blue River to organize patrols at the revival points of each city. Revival points. These were unavoidable for the guilds raising monsters. Even if they brought clerics with the revive skill, revive's cooldown was 30 minutes, not to mention that there was a limit on how many times in a row a player could be revived. It would be impossible to rely on revive to seamlessly continue the process of raising a monster. Because of this, during this process, there would inevitably be players traveling from the revival point to feed themselves to a monster. And these players had a distinguishing characteristic. In order to quicken the process, they often wouldn't wear any equipment. Blue River quickly understood this point and began to direct his subordinates. Changing Spring gave him 3 5-man teams, including Blue River himself, that made 16 people in total. There was a reason for this number. There were 32 cities in the heavenly domain, and therefore 32 revival points. 16 people meant that each person was responsible for 2 cities. After Changing Spring finished distributing the troops, he began to take action. Kansas City was one of the 2 cities for which Blue River was responsible. By the time he arrived at the city, Blue River had already switched to another account. His main account, Blue Bridge Spring Snow, was a well-known figure in game and attracted much attention, so he couldn't use it for covert operations like this. Now that he switched to an alt, Blue River tried to lie low, picking roads that weren't frequented by many people as he quickly made his way to the revival point. Once he was close, Blue River stopped. A good deal of time had passed since the start of the event, and the guilds must have reached a steady rhythm in raising the monsters. If Blue River stayed here for a while, he was sure that he would make some discovery. The guilds had to be efficient, so they wouldn't be raising the monsters somewhere in the deep mountains and forests. Too much time would be wasted traveling. Blue River hid his character behind a corner of a wall. Because there was an event going on, there were more players online than usual. In addition, the inherent difficulty of Ghost Parade made the death count high. There was a constant stream of players emerging from the revival point. Every time the white light flashed at the revival point, Blue River tensed. At the same time, he closely observed the players and his surroundings, and he discovered that there were several other players nearby doing the same thing that he was. Some were ducking this way, and that as they furtively looked around, while others merely waited casually by the revival point as if they were meeting up with someone. Blue River turned his camera, studying his surroundings, and sent a message to Changing Spring, advising him to conceal their tracks carefully. Blue Brook Guild definitely wasn't the only guild that had sent players to watch the revival points. How many did you find? Just when Blue River sent the message, he suddenly heard a voice from right beside him, startling him so badly that he burst into a cold sweat and instinctively directed his character to roll to the side and unsheath his sword. But once he finished the roll and saw the other player's name, he faltered. Lord Grim, what kind of luck was this? Blue River felt like he was going crazy. 32 cities, 1 in 32 chance. Yet despite the odds, he still ran into this difficult guy. and this guy had just directly approached him. Was Blue River exposed? No, no, he shouldn't have. This must be a coincidence because Blue River had been very careful, choosing the most cautious and secure route here. And this guy wasn't even using an alt. He was directly using Lord Grimm, so of course he would be taking the quieter roads as well. So for the two characters to meet here like this, it could be considered an inevitable coincidence. Blue River steadied himself. And then without waiting for him to say anything, the other side had already asked, "Which guild are you?" "I've been seen through." Blue River felt regret. Even though he wasn't using an account with the guild tag, in this current situation, who could fool anyone? Hadn't Blue River just sent a message to Changing Spring to warn Blue Brook Guild to be more careful? "I'm in Herb Garden." Even though Blue River was sick of this sort of deception, with things as they were now, he still had to play this game. He didn't have a plan in mind, but concealing his identity was a basic first step. With this easy lie, Blue River allied himself with Blue Brook Guild's death rivals, Herb Garden. "Oh, how despicable, you're trying to steal the monsters that other people raised," Ye Xiu said. "Aren't you doing the exact same thing?" Blue River felt like coughing blood as he replied. It had been a while since he'd seen him, and the great god was still as shameless as ever. "Ha ha, I've actually already stolen one. You want to guess how I did it?" Ye Xiu said. "How did you do it?" That caught Blue River's attention. Was the god about to reveal some sort of ultimate technique? "I was just passing by and picked it up. How lucky." As Ye Xiu spoke, he sent a thumbs-up emoji to float above Lord Grimm's head. Blue River resisted the urge to stab him and laughed dryly. "Lucky indeed. Did you discover anything here?" Ye Xiu then asked. "Not yet." Blue River's reply was automatic, but once the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Why was he telling him anything? There, and there, those are all guild alts, right?" Lord Grimm lifted his myriad manifestation umbrella, pointing in several directions as he spoke. "Should be," Blue River said. "If all the guilds continue like this, what do you think will happen in the end?" Ye Xiu said. Blue River stared blankly. The actions of the various guilds were too predictable. If it were really just 1 or 2 or 3 guilds sending people to monitor the revival points, they probably wouldn't be exposed. But now, however many guilds there were, that was how many people there were. With that many people loitering about the revival point, it'd be very difficult for them all to conceal themselves. If they discovered each other like this, they'd send news to their own guilds. And then of course the players who were sent to be food for the monsters would disguise their identities by putting on equipment and whatnot so that they would be harder to recognize. At that point, in order to tell if a player was food, then you'd have to check their stats. Repeatedly dying in-game would cause their stats to drop drastically, but checking another player's stats was much more of a hassle. Blue River's current hiding place was far enough away from the revival point that he couldn't see the stats of the players appearing there, so if he wanted to check, he'd have to go closer. But if he did that, then it'd be obvious that he was monitoring the revival point. If the opponents were really in this city, and they discovered him doing this, then what would they do? Blue River was still thinking when he saw a person's shadow pass by him. He glanced and saw that Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm had actually just walked right out there. He boldly stood at the exact center of the revival point, turning this way and that, surveying all of the revived players. This guy, he's already just doing that. Blue River was dumbfounded, and his mind rapidly ran through calculations. If he were in charge of raising a boss, and suddenly received news that Lord Grimm was sitting at the city's revival point, what would he do? He would certainly pause the feeding process. And then things would be difficult. Taking direct action against Lord Grimm would be akin to admitting that yes, our guild's boss is right near here. Even if they were able to kill Lord Grimm, he would certainly come back. The revival point was unavoidable, and moving the monster elsewhere was even more unrealistic. Would they have to send a special team to protect the players who were being fed to the monster? Then that would just attract all of the other guilds to attack them. And considering that the monsters were ultimately being raised to be fed to professional characters, it was very likely that the attackers would be the gods of the various teams. That was a terrifying thought. No, it couldn't be allowed to come to that. Just thinking about this all was enough to get Blue River sweating. And so he decided, if he were trapped here by Lord Grimm waiting at the revival point, the safest plan would be to just sacrifice a little time. Lord Grimm had no reason to wait at this revival point forever if nothing happened, and the feeding could resume once he left. As Blue River thought this, another character appeared at the revival point, and this time Lord Grimm fixed his sight on this one character. Was that? Blue River jolted. He was too far away, but he saw that once this character noticed Lord Grimm, he also immediately stopped moving. Blue River had a feeling that this was the person they were hoping to find. Which guild was still bold enough to continue sending players? Blue River wondered. He didn't consider himself especially smart, so he figured that any issue that he could think of, the other guilds absolutely would have realized as well. When there was someone so domineering monitoring the revival point, there really shouldn't be any reason for someone to expose themselves like this. But as soon as he thought that, Blue River suddenly realized there was one situation where that could happen, which was, the guild didn't know that there was someone so bold at this revival point. The guilds had only just started to mobilize, and then monitored and investigated each other. When the plans couldn't keep up with changes, there would inevitably be mistakes. This guild member was wearing equipment, which showed that their guild had realized that everyone was spying on each other. But they hadn't yet sent their own people to monitor all of the revival points, so there was a hole in the reports they received. They just inferred the condition of this revival point from what they knew about the other revival points. And so they put on equipment and boldly continued, only to find that there was an anomaly at this revival point. Were they overconfident? Of course they were. But then again, aside from Ye Xiu, who else could be this domineering? Blue River ultimately felt that this guild was just unlucky, very unlucky that Ye Xiu came to their city and dragged the fox by the tail out of its den. Kansas City, a guild is raising a monster. The situation right now is unclear. Blue River immediately sent a report to his guild. As for the player at the revival point, once discovered by Ye Xiu, he obviously wouldn't lead him to where the monster was being raised. This alt just directly logged off. Looks like we'll have a lot to do here. Lord Grimm walked over and spoke to Blue River. Blue River wondered. Since when was there a we in this? The King's Avatar Chapter 1102-1103 Chapter 1102, Who's raising this one? Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami Blue River had sent his message, but the members from other guilds, who were also clustered around the revival point, weren't slow either. Kansas City's teleportation formation was soon bustling with people sent by each of the big guilds. It didn't matter who was raising the monster, only where it was located. There were guildless alts, as well as many famous guild elites that were easily recognizable even without their guild tag. These people met each other at the teleportation formation, but quickly went their separate ways. However, after going their ways, they didn't forget to send people to spy on one another. Kansas City was soon filled with a jumble of different people, and Blue River also received a message from Changing Spring, telling him and the other teams from Blue Brook to regroup. Understood. Receiving the message, Blue River immediately headed for the coordinates Changing Spring had sent. However, he had only taken a few steps before realizing something was wrong and turned to look. What are you doing following me? Haven't your people from Herb Garden arrived? Ye Xiu asked. What does that have to do with you? Blue River yelled. Don't you need a powerful helper like me? Ye Xiu asked. Haha, of course we welcome powerful helpers, but not you. Blue River laughed coldly. Did this guy still think he could take advantage of them after so long? Is that so? What a shame. I'll be off then, Ye Xiu said, a shrug emoji appearing above Lord Grimm's head as he turned to leave. Blue River watched him go, but soon realized that the scouts from the other guilds hadn't left the revival point. Their gazes were all locked onto one character, Lord Grimm. Soon enough, they all began to head in the same direction that Lord Grimm went. Blue River suddenly came to a realization. There was no way they could let a dangerous person like Lord Grimm go unwatched. He had brought on the current situation, so why wouldn't he have tricks up his sleeve? Of course he would. This guy definitely had some sort of scheme. They couldn't be careless, they had to keep an eye on him. Thinking of this, Blue River hurriedly had his alt follow as he sent a message to Changing Spring. I'm not coming anymore. I'm keeping an eye on Lord Grimm. Changing Spring, who didn't like chatting through messages, used 3 exclamation marks to express his emotions. Yes, he's here. He's also the one who leaked that there was a monster located here. Blue River explained. Chang Spring didn't dare be even a little careless, immediately turning to order the other members of the guild. We need another 3 teams in Kansas City. 3 teams? Is that necessary? Someone objected. Stealing raised monsters is just to get some points, but it's also very important that we keep up with the event on a larger scale. Isn't it too risky to have so many elites focus on the raised monsters? You're right, Changing Spring calmed himself immediately. We need to keep a balance. We don't need 3. 1 team will be enough. Ye Xiu, Lord Grimm. Just the name could cause a guild leader to lose his cool at once. The trauma his presence had left on these people in the heavenly domain was clear as day. What was he planning here? It wasn't just Changing Spring wondering about this. He wasn't the only one allocating more people to Kansas City. Kansas City suddenly became an important tactical point for them. They hadn't even found the raised monster, but were already on their highest guard against Lord Grimm. During all of this, the situation in Kansas City brought a lot of attention. The guilds that hadn't checked this city yet all heard of the unusual situation and quickly gathered people. This was almost like stealing a wild boss. The activities of guilds were obvious. This was because if you had few people, you wouldn't have a chance of winning, but if you had many, then it would be very hard to cover up your movements. With this, the guilds fell into a very awkward situation. Manpower. How much manpower should they send? For a wild boss, they would naturally have all the elites join in the fray, but now they had to consider a balance. They didn't want to waste their resources on this battle and affect the overall score of the guild in this event. It was just that different guilds had different ideas of balance. Some guilds would think 1 team was enough, others 3. That meant if they faced 3 teams with 1 team, they wouldn't have a winning chance. Thus, the guilds looked for the monster as they scouted out the strength of the other guilds. After that, they would make the necessary adjustments. Most of their adjustments were to increase their numbers, because it wasn't just enough to have the same manpower as the others, but they had to be stronger. That way they would have a better hold. Thus, if one side made adjustments, the other side would too, then this side would notice and make more adjustments. Was there an end to this loop? After sending 2 more teams to Kansas City, tyrannical ambitions, Jiang Yu was the first to break. He jumped into the guild leader chat and sent a message. Holy crap, are we planning to put all our manpower here? Where? Someone asked. Jiang Yu was about to type, but then stopped suddenly. The one who asked was Blossom Valley's guild leader, Blooming Blossoms. Did 100 Blossoms have any people in Kansas City yet? If they didn't, then wouldn't he give it away by speaking? Jiang Yu hurriedly looked back at his message history. He really couldn't recall if 100 Blossoms had or not. Yet soon enough someone gave him an answer. Herb Garden's Aracima replied, "Stop pretending, Blooming. Where do you think?" "Haha, I'm just testing the waters. Is everyone here?" Blooming Blossoms said. Jiang Yu wilted. The communication between them guild leaders never hid any good intentions. But speaking of, since when did they start gathering to chat about things like this? They hadn't had this habit before. They would just scheme against each other in the past. Jiang Yu thought for a while until he saw someone mention a name in the chat. Lord Grimm. That's right. It wasn't until after this guy appeared that their relationship had changed. Just this one person had managed to force these rival guilds to work together against a common enemy. He really was something. And this time, was this person here again? Tyrannical ambition had been a little late to the game, so they didn't know Lord Grimm's role in all of this, and Jiang Yu had only just gotten wind of his participation. No wonder everyone was willing to talk about this together again. Could it be that everyone would be facing a dire situation whenever this guy appeared? By now, all the guilds that could come had come to Kansas City, so there was no problem in openly discussing this. However, they had a problem to solve. Hey everyone, Herb Garden's Arasima spoke up. The event is still ongoing and time is precious. Expending too much manpower and time on this isn't worth it. I suggest that we settle things peacefully for once and don't fight. Let's just use luck to decide this. Finders keepers, okay. This way we won't have to endlessly put more resources into this. Good idea, someone immediately agreed. My ass. Yet soon enough someone objected. Curt and straightforward, it was Blue Brook's changing spring. It was impossible to have this guy type out and explain things clearly. It was a good thing that someone else had also thought of the same thing as him. Soon enough, the guild leader of Howling Heights, West Riding Wind, said, "Hey, have you guys forgotten that this isn't a wild boss? This thing has an owner, and that owner is someone amongst us." Arasima was stunned. He really had forgotten about that. Could it be Herb Gardens? A guild leader immediately suspected. Though it didn't really matter, Arasima's suggestion of a peaceful resolution, not adding more manpower, finders keepers, was just too much of a benefit for the owner, causing people to immediately suspect them of being the owners. TCH, Arasima immediately acted uncaring, but was it real nonchalance or was it pretending? Like the whole question around who the owner of the monster was, this was unimportant as well, so no one bothered to press. It was just that, after realizing the target they were acting against was amongst them, everything became awkward. No matter what they came up with, the defending side would be able to put in precautions against them all. Poor guy, though, having to discuss how to deal with himself with everyone else. That was pretty harsh. How troublesome. Some people began to complain. They clearly had not an inkling of an idea as to how everyone should proceed. Whose monster is it? It's not like you can run with it anymore, just tell everyone already, someone yelled. No one would own up to it, but this made many of the guild leaders realize something. They couldn't run. If the guild that was raising the monster also realized this, then what would they do? Doubtlessly, kill it immediately. Quick, check the rankings, see if anyone's points just jumped. Some guild leaders swiftly gave the order. But then they thought things through again. What was the goal of raising monsters? To give them to the pro team. Even if Kansas City's raised monster was still rather small, it would still be better than a normal monster. If they were being forced to kill it, then they could also call people from the pro team over. Keep an eye on the teleportation formation, send people to the gates, take note of pro characters. The new order immediately spread through the guilds. Each guild leader had about the same reaction speed to situations like this. Pro characters. This was key. If the other was forced to kill, then they had to call pro characters over. Pro characters, pro characters. This order was swiftly relayed to everyone at Kansas City. Many people quickly replied to their guilds, pro characters. Does Lord Grimm count? Lord Grimm, damn. Several of the guild leaders suddenly jumped up. Could it be that the monster being raised here belonged to Happy? With that thought in mind, the guild leaders became excited. Always, it had been Happy giving them blow after blow, and them. They hadn't ever seemed to be able to manage to deal a painful strike back. This time they finally had the chance. So it was Happy who was raising a monster in Kansas City. Chapter 1103, who, translator, Namiyami editor, Namiyami Happy, Changing Spring ran excitedly to the chat group to type a message. What? But his exclamation was too short. No one understand what he meant. Kansas City's monster should be Happy's. From our reports, the only pro character at Kansas City is Lord Grimm. Does anyone else have information of any other pro characters there? Another guild leader explained in Changing Spring's place. Other pro characters? No, none. But wasn't it Lord Grimm who revealed this information? Several guild leaders hadn't gone over their heads just because it might be Happy's. Misty Castle's Misty Lock asked. What? The guild leaders had been very excited, but then they discovered that they seemed to have neglected an important detail. How shameful. It was such a standout logic, yet these grand guild leaders had unexpectedly neglected it. What a disgrace. So no matter who it belongs to, it can't be Happy's. Why would they invite trouble to themselves? Misty Lock said. Or maybe it's some sort of scheme. A guild leader was dead set on it being Happy's. Scheme. What type of scheme requires one to reveal one's own raised monster? Misty Lock was doubtful. Then he saw a report come in on his QQ. He clicked on it. Our raised monster has been discovered. What? By who? Misty Lock was shocked. It was too sudden. By Happy. Hold the fort. Misty Lock couldn't think too much. He could only give this reply. But before he could even get back to the game, a reply had already come. We can't hold it. They were truly unable to hold it. After news of a raised monster being exposed came out, the big guilds dispatched scouts to probe the situation, while they also increased their defenses and vigilance towards their own breeding cities. However, at this moment, outside of where Misty Castle's raised monster was located, every character there was from a pro team. Soft Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion, 1-inch Ash, Deception, Little Cold Hands, Concealed Light, Even, Dancing Rain. This was everyone in Team Happy apart from Lord Grimm. Even though they were a new team, if they could beat Team Excellent Era, how could in-game elite troops be a match? Misty Castle tried to form a defensive line in an attempt to stop them, but their defenses were instantly broken through. Happy's team headed straight for their raised monster. Misty Castle's most effective method of obstruction was probably their angry yells and curses. A raised monster didn't have the same amount of health as a wild boss. In addition, no matter how long a monster was raised, it would always have a weakness. Ye Xiu hadn't taken long to kill a seaweed monster worth 625 points, let alone an entire team charging at one. Misty Castle's raised monster might be a bit stronger than Samsara's seaweed monster, but under the combined attack from a team of players, it died even faster than the seaweed monster. It's over. Besides reporting to their guild leader, Misty Castle's players couldn't do anything else. They couldn't stop Happy's team from breaking through their defenses, let alone killing Happy's team. The monster, which they had spent close to 2 hours raising by sacrificing countless alternate accounts, was taken away by Happy just like that. Even though their guild was also working hard trying to steal other guilds' monsters, they were still incredibly furious after getting theirs stolen away. By the time Misty Lock returned to the game, everything was already over. He had no time to do anything. What the hell? Misty Lock now had plenty of time to ponder over what had just happened. His heart was in chaos. Even though he had the time, he wasn't in the mood to ponder over this question. The guild leader chat group was still arguing over what Lord Grimm was trying to do, exposing Kansas City like that. Why? Seeing the guild leaders repeatedly ask this question, Misty Lock suddenly realized something. Could Lord Grimm be trying to divert their attention? The guild leader chat group was in a fervent discussion. All of the guilds were focused on Kansas City. What about the other cities? It didn't seem like there was any information on the others. At least, Misty Castle didn't have any. But what about Happy? Not only had they found where Misty Castle's raised monster was located, they sent their pro team to kill it. Was it Misty Castle being unlucky, or could it be the start of Happy's scheme? Misty Castle's intuition told him that it was the latter. Lord Grimm revealing Kansas City not only diverted Misty Castle's attention, but all of the other guilds. No, it would be more precise to say that they weren't focused on Lord Grimm, but rather the monster located in Kansas City. But who had first discovered this monster? Lord Grimm. Did Kansas City really have a raised monster? Misty Lock was starting to become suspicious of it. Their guild had searched for so long already, yet they hadn't found anything. What about the other guilds? They all seemed to be busy, but if they found anything, they wouldn't share it with anyone else. Even if they killed it, they might pretend like it hadn't been killed yet. Trying to confirm anything was very troublesome. Misty Lock discovered that they seemed to have walked into an alleyway, starting from when Kansas City's monster had been revealed. Misty Lock was very doubtful that this alley would end up being a dead end, but he didn't have any plans of telling these doubts to anyone because his guild had already suffered. It hoped that the other guilds would also suffer too. Now that he no longer had a raised monster, he needed to steal someone else's. As for what exactly Happy was scheming, why couldn't Misty Castle take advantage of their scheme too? Kansas City. Blue River had been carefully following Lord Grimm the entire time, going around and around the city. Lord Grimm wasn't moving too fast because whenever he saw a ghost, he would go kill it. He wasn't very focused on searching for raised monsters. Blue River understood the reason very well. Ye Xiu had previously done everything on his own because Happy didn't have the conditions for it. Now that Happy had grown, even if it couldn't compare to the powerhouses yet, it wasn't so small anymore that God Ye Xiu had to personally do everything. If Lord Grimm had truly been focused on searching for raised monsters, Blue River would have been suspicious. But Ye Xiu prioritizing killing monsters, while also scouting around in the passing, was reasonable. It was very reasonable. There were no signs showing that Lord Grimm was doing anything unusual, but Blue River always had an uneasy feeling in his heart. His intuition told him that he was definitely missing something. Blue River replayed over and over everything that Lord Grimm had done today, including all of the small details. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Blue River checked his cell phone. To his surprise, it was Changing Spring. Blue River's expression changed. Changing Spring could have easily contacted him online. He could even see that both Changing Spring was online both in the game and on QQ. Instead, he chose to make a phone call, meaning that he had something very important to say. This was because this guy refused to change his habit of not liking to type. If there was something important to say, he would always choose to make a phone call. "Hello," Blue River picked up the phone. "Our raised monster has been stolen by Happy." That was the first sentence he heard. "How? Impossible," Blue River whispered. He could still see Lord Grimm from his screen. Lord Grimm is still on this side. Lord Grimm didn't go, but the others in Team Happy went, Changing Spring said. The others? Yeah, everyone else in Team Happy apart from Lord Grimm. Blue River didn't know what to say. What is Lord Grimm doing right now? Changing Spring asked. The same as always, wandering around while occasionally killing monsters, Blue River said. He obviously knew what his team was doing, but he was still idly killing monsters. There must be a scheme in this. Changing Spring was exasperated. Blue River stared blankly. His mind was a mess. He had replayed all the events that had happened today with Lord Grimm, but he still wasn't able to find the important point. Does Kansas City have a raised monster or not? We've been searching for so long, Changing Spring shouted. Of course, there's one. I've personally seen that character, Blue River said, but then he suddenly stopped. What about that character? Changing Spring heard the hesitation. I feel like I've seen that character before. Blue River tried hard to search his memories, but his deepest impression of this character was that he had a dark red status. This was the main point he had noticed because he had tried to determine how much experience this character had lost based on his lowered stats to see whether he was a feeder or not. What's his name? Changing Spring asked. Backside attack. Where have I seen him before? Blue River thought hard. Backside attack. Changing Spring was even more puzzled than Blue River. However, the number of people at his disposal was more than just himself. He immediately had the entire guild reflect on this name. Sure enough, the collective knowledge of the guild was boundless. Soon afterwards, an upper-level player from Blue Brook Guild pointed out. He used to be from our Blue Brook Guild. There was this one boss fight where they and Ye Xiu ripped us off. Did you forget, guild leader? Changing Spring suddenly thought to himself. Changing Spring remembered quite clearly that time's fight for the level 65 wild boss Swamp Hunter Lepu. Apart from Ye Xiu participating and extorting them, more importantly, he had talked with one character, the character called Windward Formation. At that time, Windward Formation had been a part of Blue Brook Guild, but because of an incident, Changing Spring kicked him out. After that, he found out that Windward Formation was unexpectedly Team Blue Rain's former captain. How could he forget about that experience? As for this backside attack, he didn't have much of an impression of him. But with this reminder, Changing Spring understood that this guy must be together with Windward Formation, together with Ye Xiu. Everything has come to light. The so-called feeder had been from Happy. As for those distinctly lowered stats, it wasn't just Changing Spring, even Blue River got up. After that boss battle, that group of players had been attacked by all of the guilds and they annoyed everyone for a long period of time. But they were just purely annoyances. In terms of actual combat, those guys weren't their opponents. In the end, all of them lost a lot of experience. And now, this type of trash account was being used by Ye Xiu, and it was being used well too. All of the guilds were focused on Kansas City, and at this moment their rears were being wiped by Team Happy. A team. A pro team. The King's Avatar Chapter 1104-1107 Chapter 1104. Leaderboard Dominance Translator. Namyumi Editor. Namyumi. Changing Spring's target shifted back to the guild leader chat group, where everyone was trying to cheat each other. He wasn't someone who liked to chat through typing, so after there was nothing really important being talked about, he stopped paying attention to the group. The guild leader chat group suddenly became quiet at some point. If one looked through the chat log, guild leaders talked less and less as time went on. Something urgent seemed to have happened and every guild leader suddenly left the discussion, one by one. Up until the end, one of the sentences was left hanging as if it had suddenly been cut off. No way. The strangeness in the chat group made Changing Spring realize that the tragedy of getting their raised monster stolen wasn't unique to just Blue Brook Guild. Where did those guild leaders who suddenly stopped chatting go? Could they all have received emergency alerts, reporting that their guild's wild boss was being stolen? They couldn't all have been happy, right? Thinking of this point, Changing Spring suddenly felt frightened. How? Their guilds had been searching for the raised monsters of other guilds the entire time. Even if they had focused more of their attention on Kansas City, they hadn't relaxed their searches for monsters in other cities. Why? Why was Guild Happy so efficient? How did they find out where every raised monster was located? What information do we have on Guild Happy? Changing Spring couldn't help but turn his head and ask one of his subordinates. Happy? Information? This subordinate stared blankly. None. None. We don't have enough manpower. Everyone's busy searching in the other cities for raised monsters, the subordinate reported. Changing Spring suddenly froze. He suddenly realized something. Happy had found these raised monsters so efficiently through a certain method. It was very simple. Send a message in the guild and have everyone in the guild pay attention for any powerful monsters. Why didn't the other guilds employ such a simple method? One word: Slow. The guilds had moved too slowly. From when Lord Grimm suddenly jumped to #1 on the leaderboards to the guild leaders trying to cheat each other in order to set their own plans in motion. They figured that they had to be discreet so that the others wouldn't figure out their plans. In reality, unnecessary. It was completely unnecessary. In this sort of situation, which guild wouldn't want to steal other people's monsters, wasn't it pointless to hide their intentions from one another? The guild had been thinking too much. Not only did they want to take advantage of others, they were also afraid to take losses, so they hoped to catch the others off guard and kill them in one go. They didn't want to encounter a well-prepared defense. But it turned out that if everyone was being sneaky, no one was being sneaky. Everyone's intentions were laid bare in the end. Despite having reached this step, their thoughts still hadn't changed. They still hadn't thought of directly getting their entire guild involved in the search. News of just a single Kansas City had made them excited enough to all start chatting about it. Huh, what a joke. Changing Spring actually laughed out loud. While their chat group had been bickering about Kansas City, everyone in Happy had already mobilized for who knew how long already. Happy might have already found all of their monsters' locations by that time. The guilds had tried to catch each other off guard and do things in secret. Guild Happy, on the other hand, brandished their swords for everyone to see, directly calling out to everyone in the guild. And the outcome? Happy's large-scale movements actually became secretive, completely catching the other guilds off guard. Because they had to act discreetly, they needed trustworthy helpers. The guild spies were naturally trustworthy, so with them temporarily being assigned elsewhere, there were no spies left, leaving them unaware of Happy's movements. Was it their stupidity that allowed Happy's plan to work beautifully, or was it Ye Xiu guessing that they would act stupidly? Changing Spring didn't know. The silence in the chat group let him know that their guilds had paid the price for their stupidity. After having waged war with each other for so long, it was as if they were now all carved from the same mold. Changing Spring once again couldn't help but laugh. In the chat group, someone had finally discovered how abnormal the chat group felt and typed in chat, breaking the ice. Happy. Herb Garden's Arasima typed just one word. Emojis followed one after the other. Petrified, sweating. Anger, fuming. Sadness. Replace these with QQ emojis for better effects. Everyone suddenly had a gut feeling that there was an 80–90% chance that everyone had been duped by Happy. Whether or not someone had escaped from Happy's clutches was no longer their concern. Everyone ran to check the leaderboards. Everyone had been checking it constantly. If someone had instantly shot up like Lord Grimm had, they would have definitely noticed it. No one had noticed anything when Happy had cleaned up another raised monster because it was Happy's team that went. Lord Grimm killing the seaweed monster alone gave him 625 points, which would obviously make him shoot up the leaderboard. The seaweed monster was equivalent to killing 6 monsters, but for Happy's team, since the points were divided amongst everyone, the point increase wasn't as big. These ups and downs happened all the time in the leaderboards. It was nothing particularly noteworthy. They hadn't noticed Team Happy's rise in the leaderboards until they, who were originally at who knew where, had squeezed into the top 200, top 100, top 50, top 30 rankings. And from this, they realized that Happy hadn't stolen just one raised monster. Misty Castle's raised monster had been stolen first, but instead of telling others, Misty Lock had kept it a secret. Now, the fruits of their efforts had been reaped. Even though Misty Castle lost their raised monster, seeing the other guilds suffer lifted Misty Lock's mood. And relatively speaking, the earlier a raised monster was stolen, the smaller the losses were. After these emojis were spammed, the chat group returned to silence. No one knew what to say. Condemn Happy. Condemn Ye Xiu. Everyone was dealing with shady business. The only difference was that Happy had succeeded and they had failed. Condemning Happy or Ye Xiu was the same as slapping their own faces. This time the guild leaders didn't explode in fury amidst this silence. They simply left. They told the unfortunate news to their teams. The teams didn't criticize them too excessively either. It was just that after Happy had swept their pots clean, sending their characters up the leaderboards, the outcome was too stunning. Who knew how many pro characters had been left in the dust by them? On the leaderboards of the first 10 places, Team Happy had stolen away 5 spots, monopolizing the top 3. Lord Grimm, Deception, Dancing Rain. After those 3, it was Huang Xiaoshan's Troubling Rain who was spamming the pro player chat group in anger. At this point, there weren't many monsters left. Many players weren't able to find any more. The fluctuations in the leaderboards became less and less frequent. Even though the system showed that there were still 21 ghosts left, the heavenly domain was so vast. 21 was too few. Many players didn't want to waste their time wandering around for a chance to encounter one. Some of them directly logged off, while others started doing their normal day-to-day routine. Most of Guild Happy's players had left to do their own things too. However, their most trusted members were all called together. The play had come to an end, and now it was time for the audience to go. Ye Xiu didn't think so. He believed that the other club guilds didn't think so either. As the end neared, there were fewer and fewer monsters. As soon as a monster was discovered by a guild, that guild would certainly start raising it, and it would be easier to protect too. After all, the event could practically be considered over already. As a result, Ye Xiu had called Guild Happy's most loyal members and tasked them with watching revival points. If a guild was going to raise a monster, a revival point must be used. Watching a revival point would reveal their activities. At the same time, an announcement was made in the guild chat. Players who hadn't logged off yet should be mindful for any monsters, as well as movements from the other guilds. For normal players, the event had ended, but for the club guilds, it was just the beginning. The remaining targets might be the key to their comeback on the leaderboards. These 21 monsters became the deciding factors for their victory. The guilds were sending out their forces, searching or monitoring their competitors' movements. There weren't just Happy's players at the revival points. All of the parties involved had made arrangements. It was just that this time, even with their enormous resources, they failed to make any progress. 21, 20, 19, 18. The number of ghosts continued to decrease, but these ghosts were killed by players who just happened to encounter one on accident. Soon afterwards, announcements were made by the various guilds in the global chat. Spend money to buy the location of these ghosts. After one guild sent it, the other guilds followed suit. How could a club guild not afford these types of rewards? With everyone offering rewards, players either compared offers between several guilds or looked for the one they liked the most. The guild leaders didn't directly shout out an exact offer in the global chat. If everyone kept raising the bar and entered a price war, when would it stop? Although they were unwilling, in the end, midnight struck. The system announced that today's ghost parade was over. There were still 17 ghosts remaining, but when the system event ended, the system automatically removed them from the map. Yes, after the guild started offering rewards, no one managed to find any of the 17 remaining ghosts all the way until the system removed them. The leaderboards didn't change. The drops from killing ghosts was one portion of the rewards for the event. The other rewards came from leaderboard rewards. The leaderboards were split into daily rankings and overall rankings. The daily rankings would reset every day, while the overall rankings accumulated over the course of the event. When the day ended, the rewards could be given out. The rewards would obviously be given out according to the rankings on the leaderboards. There was no luck involved. Someone at a lower ranking wouldn't get better rewards than someone at a higher ranking. An event was an event. Just killing ghosts gave good rewards. The leaderboard rewards were even more resplendent. especially the top 10 rankings. The system publicly announced those in order to excite players. 5 of Happy's characters, Troubling Rain, Cloud Piercer, Demon Subduer, and Peaceful Hermit, received brilliant rewards. Chapter 1105, Comprehensive Textbook Translator, Namiyami Editor. Namiyami, what was the significance of the leaderboard? Most directly, of course, it was that the system used to distribute rewards. Even the club guilds couldn't disregard these extremely valuable rewards, so they too actively strove for the top spot. Aside from this, the leaderboard was also a way of proving the strength of an individual or a guild. An in-game event like Ghost Parade was partially based on luck, but when the top of the leaderboard was entirely occupied by pro-level accounts, it was clear that luck only mattered when skill levels were similar. In front of the crushing power of pro players, no matter how good an ordinary player's luck was, he simply couldn't compete with the raw skill of the pros. The club guilds paid close attention to leaderboards, whether it was for the first wave of dungeon records for new servers, the records for the highest level dungeons, or the rankings for in-game events. The rewards were part of the motivation, but aside from that, ranking higher meant showing off their strength and expanding the influence of the team. The pro teams relied on their performance during the season to demonstrate their strength, but the club guilds, their representatives in-game, were a presence closer to home. Unlike pro players, the guilds didn't exist in a separate space. They existed right alongside the numerous ordinary glory players. Expanding the team's influence through activities in-game was one of the most important jobs for every club guild, and the leaderboard was the main battlefield for all of this. Thus, after the first day of the Night of 100 Ghosts leaderboard battle, the club guilds were unhappy, very unhappy. It had been a rare opportunity for the pros to mobilize in-game, but in the end, the various guilds had been unable to coordinate well with their respective pros. Ultimately, of the top 27 places, 9 were occupied by members of Guild Happy. They managed to steal a third of the top spots. Of the top 10 places, Happy had snatched 5. First, second, and third place, Happy dominated, not leaving a single chance for the other guilds. The big guilds discovered that they had never tasted such a victory before. This result was a lively topic of discussion in the pro-player group as well, after Huang Xiaoshen's angry spamming, of course. Happy's elegant victory had earned even their respect, and from the reports of their guilds, they essentially understood how Happy managed to pull it all off. Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and the others still hadn't joined the pro-player group. From Happy, only Ye Xiu and Suma Cheng were in here. Ye Xiu was obviously targeted from all sides. After Huang Xiaoshen's spam, everyone directed their spearheads toward Ye Xiu, half-jokingly calling him sneaky, dirty, treacherous. Ha ha ha, Ye Xiu laughed. If you're jealous, then just say it directly. They had no words. They were all pro players after all. They didn't need this leaderboard to prove themselves, and they didn't care too much about particular rankings. They did care about the earnings that came with each ranking, but aside from that, it was all for fun. Would they really be jealous over something like this? Jealous my ass, you fucker, you fucker, you fucker. Huang Xiaoshen responded instantly, chaining together so many swear words that it seemed like endless echoes. System. Troubling Rain has been kicked out of Glory Pro Players by the group moderator. Everyone's sweat dropped. Several of the rookies in this group didn't even dare to say a word. The mighty Sword Saint, Glory's #1 Blade Master, was kicked out of the group just like that. Sure, this senior was very noisy, but if these rookies had been in Ye Xiu's place, none of them would have the courage to treat a god like that. Was this the power of Glory's former king, God Ye Xiu? This was the first time the rookies had really felt the power of this former king. After all, the retired Ye Xiu had been playing in the Challenger League during this past season and hadn't surfaced in this group often. And now the king made his grand return. In one move, he ruthlessly assassinated the noisy god Huang Xiaoshan. How powerful, how tyrannical. The rookies quietly admired God Ye Xiu and sympathized for God Huang Xiaoshan. Anyone else? Ye Xiu called. Childish. In fact, someone did still have the courage to speak out. Everyone saw the name, Desert Dust. It was Han Wenqing, a rare participant in the group chat. Was it that only someone like God Ye Xiu could induce him to speak here? And was it that only he, who had toppled excellent Era's dynasty, dared to directly call Ye Xiu out like this? No. Some seniors corrected the rookies. The main reason that Han Wenqing dared to confront Ye Xiu was that he, too, was a group moderator. Moderators had no way of moderating each other, so neither feared the other. The reality was often this ordinary and boring. Then what about the group owner? One of the rookies asked. Only the group owner was more powerful than a moderator. Group owner, after joining this group, have you ever seen the owner? No, the group owner is a long-retired player and left this circle long ago. All we have left is this group. The group owner must have been a really incredible person, the rookies marveled. He was all right, was the response of the seniors. Because in reality, this group-making senior really wasn't all that special. Of course, this person had made it to the glory professional scene. One person out of millions of players. From that angle, he could be considered a remarkable person. However, comparing him to other pros, he really was a very ordinary person. He just made this group, that's all. There were no requirement necessary to do something as simple as that. Once again, the reality was disappointingly ordinary for the rookies. Ye Xiu, you bastard. At this moment, Huang Xiaoshan crashed back into the group chat. His first sentence after returning was a shout at Ye Xiu. The rookies couldn't help but feel awe at Huang Xiaoshan's fearless spirit. I'll let you off for today, was Ye Xiu's indifferent response. After that, despite Huang Xiaoshan's provocations, he didn't say another word, having either muted the chat or gone offline. The group had to wait a while for Huang Xiaoshan's ranting to subside. There was a moment where everyone thought kicking out Huang Xiaoshan was actually pretty nice. Why was he let back in? Of course, these were just their thoughts. Kicking members, letting them back in, that was a battle for the moderators, a battle of gods. The rest of the ordinary members, no matter how important they might be in the pro sphere, were just insignificant little monsters in this group. The group eventually quieted down, and everyone was finally able to discuss some more serious topics. The pro players joked lightheartedly about Happy's huge victory today in the event, but in their hearts they were all shocked by the outcome. They too had participated in this event. They too could direct their guilds to accomplish the tasks they wanted, but why couldn't they do what Ye Xiu had managed to accomplish? This guy, seriously. One player wanted to talk about this, but couldn't find the proper words to express what he wanted to say. The glory textbook. In the end, it was Xiao Shikin who brought up Ye Xiu's long-time title. He then added, an extremely comprehensive textbook. Xiao Shikin, you faced off directly with Happy. How is their team, really? Someone asked. What do you all think? Xiao Shikin asked. Even though these people hadn't directly fought Happy, he knew that they had all paid close attention to Happy's players. Happy was really in the spotlight right now. Some of the players on that team really do have skill, said Lin Jingyan. Tang Ru. Someone said, indeed, Tang Ru, aside from Ye Xiu, was the most attention-grabbing member of Team Happy. A hot girl. Yeah, when I saw that picture of her in Esports Home last time, I almost fell right in love. Someone sent a rather shameless drooling emoji. It looks like you've already fallen in love. You know, Happy really has a lot of hot girls. Yeah, that's not fair. Misty Rain's two new sisters aren't too bad looking either. Twin flowers, drooling. It was the drooling emoji again. Could you all be any more despicable? Finally, a table-slapping emoji Chu Yunxiu of Team Misty Rain spoke up. The group instantly fell dead silent. In the eyes of the fans, the members of this group were refined, high-minded, all-powerful professionals, but in reality, they were just ordinary people who happened to be a little better at playing glory. Like anyone else, they had normal thoughts and desires, good ones, bad ones, noble ones, dirty ones. Not to mention, this was a male-dominated world. So when a pretty female player was mentioned, it was inevitable that her gender and appearance would become the topic of discussion. Fortunately, Ye Xiu appeared at the right moment and cut short the vulgarity of this group of males. Tang Ru is an extremely outstanding player. It seems like lots of teams are interested in her, but in the end Happy was still able to hold on to her. The discussion quickly turned back on topic. She's very strange, it's unclear what she wants, Wang Jixi said. He was the first to offer her an invitation and was also the first to be confused by her desires. Honor, status, money, he couldn't figure out what would move her. These three things were the main motivations for most pro players. After Wang Jixi said this, Team Void's Ye Xiu added, Happy's Ghostblade is also pretty good. Wasn't that kid on your tiny herb before? Why'd you just let him go? You're interested in him. Wang Jixi didn't directly answer Ye Xiu because he knew Ye Xiu wasn't really asking. It was just a casual comment. Every transfer period would have the transfers of good and even God-level players. Being a good player didn't guarantee that one would be able to remain a part of the team. Us. For now, no, Ye Xiu said. But he had said for now. Void's Ghostblade duo was still at their peak. They weren't yet ready to retire, so they didn't need another Ghostblade. However, did Ye Xiu's for now suggested that Void already had an idea in mind. Did anyone pay attention to that brawler in Happy? Samsara's Jiang Batao suddenly spoke up, inserting himself into the conversation. The group chat wasn't like a competition on stage. During a competition, everyone could just battle to their fullest without holding back, but communication in the group involved feelings. There was less talk between those that didn't know each other well, while veteran players who had interacted with each other more were much more familiar with each other, and thus tended to speak more. This was a normal pattern for any human interaction. So most of the time, veteran players took the initiative in conversations, while newer members of the group, even God-level players, found it difficult to open conversations in an unfamiliar setting. But this Jiang Batao was an exception to the rule, even though he couldn't really be considered an old player. He had integrated with the older players early on, and he was able to communicate naturally with all types of people. Oh, that guy, you noticed him too. What do you think? Lin Jingyan asked. Don't know, I can't understand him, Jiang Batao said. Chapter 1106, Event Easter Egg Translator, Namiyami Editor. Namiyami the gods certainly wouldn't overlook Steamed Bun's strength, but after a close investigation, they all shared the same thoughts as Jiang Batao, incomprehensible. His mechanics are pretty solid, but his decision-making is rather fleeting. Lin Jingyan commented as the most experienced brawler player in the chat. That's what makes it incomprehensible. Jiang Batao sighed. To quote Zhang Xinji, an excessively random player. Lin Jingyan said, that sounds like something he would say. Ye Xiu laughed. Zhang Xinji was known for his strict manner, so randomness was his greatest enemy. All these assessments are very good. He is indeed very random and his movements are very hard to predict. He doesn't seem to use his experience and fights by relying on some sort of innate instinct. Jiang Batao said, a natural destructor of balance. Wang Jixi said, were there any other players like him before? Jiang Batao asked. Look at who typed before you. Lin Jingyan laughed. The magician was never this random. Jiang Batao said, is it because the magician's innate instinct is more precise? Lin Jingyan said, that's a pretty accurate explanation. Jiang Batao was in a worshipping state. But do you still have this kind of instinct now, Wang Jixi? Lin Jingyan asked. Would you like to see for yourself? Wang Jixi said. Haha, I wouldn't dare. Lin Jingyan laughed. What will Steamed Bun Invasion's future be like? Jiang Batao sent another thinking emoji. Wang Jixi was able to help Tiny Herb win the championships because he had adjusted his playstyle. Steamed Bun didn't have the same talent as Wang Jixi, though. Could he continue to persist with such a random fighting style? This kind of problem was difficult to answer, so the pro player chat fell silent. It was unknown what everyone was thinking. Perhaps it was about time for them to go to sleep. The first day of Ghost Parade came to an end. On the second day, the ghosts spawned again at the same time. However, some attentive players would notice that the number of ghosts that had spawned on the second day seemed to be greater than the first day. Kill, kill, kill. After gaining experience from day one, everyone no longer stumbled over fear before these weak ghosts. Although the ghosts had strong attacks, they had their own unique weaknesses. Even if the players couldn't fully grasp their weakness, everyone could just group up and help one another. As for the big guilds, they no longer hid or stayed on the conservative side. The moment the event started, they publicly announced in the guild for everyone to take note of the existence of any raised monsters. Raising was no longer a method in this type of environment, so all of the guilds gave up on this thought. Since they no longer had any strategical confrontations, it was natural for the leaderboards to have rises and drops on a large scale because everyone's point totals were very close. Of course, the ones in the lead were the pro players. In the end, the ranking was no longer important because it depended on a person's luck and the number of mobs they were able to find. Third day, fourth day, fifth day. The event progressed mundanely. The head start the characters from Happy had achieved on the first day couldn't serve as a strong foundation. Their ranks fell in the overall ranking. After all, effort was useless in this case because luck was something that couldn't be explained. The guild leaders of the big guilds finally let out a sigh of relief. They had been very worried if Ye Xiu had any demonic tricks up his sleeve. Now that a few days had passed, their hearts were at peace. They saw Lord Grimm's rank fall from 1st to 7th in the current overall ranking, so all the guild leaders felt an unspeakable happiness from inside. However, they were still unhappy with the player on the top of the list. Deception. Mofan's luck in the event for the past few days was pretty good. He was even able to pull a decent lead over those behind him in the rankings. The event only had 2 days left. Unless someone had an extraordinary boost in luck, first place seemed to be Happy's. The guild leaders were also racking their brains and wanted to use different methods to help their pro players. However, during the few days of peace, they had discovered a truth. In this peaceful environment, Ye Xiu didn't seem to be so fearful. It was only when they tried to play tricks that they lost everything they invested by encountering Ye Xiu. Maybe they should gamble their luck for the next 2 days. If they concocted a plan, Ye Xiu might take advantage of it and send all of Happy's characters into the top 10, though. It would be better to stay cautious. As they thought, the top guilds decided to not speak or act. On the 6th day of the event, Deception's place seemed immovable. However, Ye Xiu's luck seemed to have gotten worse. Lord Grimm fell straight out of top 10. This brought happiness to all the big guilds just by looking at it. Following Lord Grimm's drop from the ranks, Happy only had Deception, who was first in the top 10. The rest had fallen out of the top 10. On the 6th day, it was the first time that all the spawned monsters were completely eliminated. No one would have thought that there was a bonus here. After the mobs had been cleared out, the system didn't announce the event's end for the day. Instead, it announced that after the monsters were all cleared, their ghost lair had been discovered by 5 heroic warriors. These 5 monster-slaying heroic warriors were Peaceful Hermit, Dazzling 100 Blossoms, Deception, Something to Hide, and Howling Fire. Everyone saw the names. These 5 were definitely not picked at random. They were the top 5 characters who managed to gain the most points today. The system then announced that the 5 warriors would each lead a small team of 5 to enter the ghost lair to find the Ghost King. The team who killed the Ghost King would be awarded with their choice of materials and equipment as rewards. When the details of this announcement came out, the teams that didn't make it in today's top 5 stamped their feet and beat their chest. The winner had the freedom to choose their rewards. Rewards like this were too tempting. All teams had a clear plan of what they needed, so rewards that could freely be chosen could complete their most crucial needs. However, the ones who had this opportunity were only those 5 characters. This meant that only their respective teams had the chance of getting this reward. Peaceful Hermit, Team Royal Style. Dazzling 100 Blossoms, Team Tyranny. Deception, Team Happy. Something to Hide, Team Misty Rain. Howling Fire, Team Wind Howl. Every character could bring 5 people, which meant that this was a standard team. The competition between the 5 teams would then unfold in the Ghost Lair, which was suspected to be a dungeon. The people who didn't get the chance were cursing, while the 5 who got the chance were already starting to organize their teams when the system announcement came out. The 5 each received a teleportation scroll to Ghost Lair. If the scroll wasn't used in 10 minutes, it would self-destruct automatically. This meant that they must create a team within 10 minutes. This was too easy for a team. They only had to bring in the formation of the main force, and a 5-man team would instantly be ready to go. However, Something to Hide had a bit of a problem. His player, Lu Yining, was a sub in Team Misty Rain, especially after Misty Rain had enrolled the beautiful sharpshooter sisters. As another sharpshooter player, the chances of him leaving this summer were very high. Players who were put in this sort of situation wouldn't be in the mood to sacrifice their break to get stronger. This was because there was a high possibility that their character would no longer be theirs next season. However, each person would look at each problem differently. Lu Yining figured that the probability of transferring to another team was very high, so he joined the event with vigor. He hoped his professional and vigorous attitude would give his potential bosses good impressions, which was more beneficial for his future development. There was no difficulty in fighting these monsters for any pro player because everyone would have the same efficiency. Lu Yining's luck was pretty good today since he was ranked 4th and even helped Team Misty Rain get an entrance ticket to the event. When he realized that he was a character about to be abandoned by the team, Lu Yining truly had the heart to throw the scroll away. However, he clearly cared more about the feedback he would receive for his actions, so he could only forcefully raise his spirits to find his teammates from Misty Rain. Another player who had a problem was Deception. The system announcement was very clear about the bonus event, but the entrance ticket was a teleportation scroll that was only valid for 10 minutes. Only Mo Fan knew this detail. He was waiting for Ye Xiu and the others to call for him to group up, but no one knew about the time limit, so they were taking their time in handling the tasks they had in hand. Seconds and minutes flew by. Mo Fan looked around, hoping that someone would notice him. No one did. Neither did anyone send him a message in the game. 9 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes, 2 minutes. Mo Fan was so anxious that he stood up. With that, he was finally able to get everyone's attention. 2 minutes left, he said. Chem, everyone was puzzled. Mo Fan looked at the teleportation scroll which his mouse was hovering over. It was no longer 2 minutes, but 1 minute and 45 seconds. Form a party for the Ghost Lair, Mo Fan said. Oh, let me see who should go. Ye Xiu looked to the left and right unhurriedly. Quick, 1 minute and a half, Mo Fan said. There's a time limit. Fuck, why did you only tell us this when there's only a minute and a half left? After Ye Xiu understood, he panicked. Little Tang, steamed bun, Macheng, let's go. The moment Mo Fan heard Ye Xiu randomly call out the names of the people he picked, he quickly sent team invitations to the characters. It was only when he was about to type their names that he realized he hadn't even added these people as friends. The sweat on Mo Fan's head was about to fall. His hand speed increased explosively while Ye Xiu was hurrying him. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Due to a slip of his hand, he messed up one of the names. Dancing Rain. Such a strange name. Mo Fan even hurried and cursed at it. At last, the five-man team was formed when the scroll only had 10 seconds left. Mo Fan didn't even dare delay for half a second as he clicked the use button with a right click. Happy's five-man team entered the ghost lair. Stay alert. After they were teleported, this was the first thing Ye Xiu said. Only one team could win the prize, but the system didn't explain how they would get it. Did each team enter different dungeons and compete for the fastest speed? Or did they all enter one dungeon, so they would have to fight the Ghost King as well as one another? None of this was known at the moment. Ye Xiu reminded them to stay alert beforehand in order to avoid the second situation. He quickly spun around in a full circle and began observing the situation in the ghost lair. Translator's thoughts Namyami TL note. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Dancing Rain. It's a play on Su Ma Cheng's Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter name, which makes it easy to make a mistake. The first two characters Chinese letter, is a play on Chinese letter, which means to bathe. The first character is replaced with part of Su Ma Cheng's name. The third and fourth characters Chinese letter, is a play on Chinese letter. The third character is replaced with another part of Su Ma Cheng's name. The name Chinese letter, comes from a poem Chinese letter, Chinese letter, which translates to gallop swiftly horses, keep moving in spite of the wind and rain. That was shortened to Dancing Rain. Fun fact, Su Ma Cheng the author Butterfly Blue likes to name characters after poems. Lord Grimm, One Autumn Leaf come from poems. Peaceful Hermit, Vacaria, Desert Dust, Blue Bridge, Spring Snow, Sleeping Moon, and many more also come from poems. Chapter 1107, Ghost Lair Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami Stay Quiet for now. Ye Xiu sent this message to the team. Right now, not only did they have to watch, they had to listen, and perhaps they would hear the voices of other teams talking. So everyone kept silent. There wasn't a single sound to be heard. This ghost lair was an underground dungeon, the type where you couldn't see the sky. Ye Xiu looked around carefully and didn't hear anything, but he didn't dare to be overconfident and sent in the team channel. We'll use messages to communicate for now. Okay, the others answered. There are two paths, which should we take? While Ye Xiu had been examining the surroundings, the others had as well, and Su Ma Cheng saw that they could take either a left or a right tunnel from their start point. The situation was entirely unclear and there were no clues, so right or left didn't matter. Either's fine, Ye Xiu said. His Lord Grimm was already headed toward the left tunnel. Will there be small monsters? Tang Ru asked. Still not clear, let's just all be careful, said Ye Xiu. As he spoke, the 5 characters had all entered the left tunnel. What's that sound? Ye Xiu immediately sensed something. Everyone listened closely. There was indeed a sound, a sort of rumbling that seemed to be getting closer and closer, and then their cameras began to tremble, as though the ground itself were shaking. At the end of the tunnel, there was a shadowy mass that kept approaching, until they could finally see what it was. What, how cliché, Ye Xiu yelled. Run, Su Ma Cheng said, already using aerial cannon to retreat. The other 4 also turned their characters and began to sprint back along the path they came. Behind them was an enormous boulder rolling toward them, so large that it filled the entire tunnel. With this, the issue of which path to take was resolved. They returned to their start point and charged into the right tunnel, but that boulder was persistent. The system must have helped it move because it also rolled into the right tunnel and continued to chase them. Watch your rhythm, Ye Xiu reminded everyone, seeing the boulder's perseverance. How long would they have to run along until this was over? So they ran and ran, the boulder behind them. There was still no way for them to get rid of it, and the road ahead didn't show any new opponents. It was just one tunnel continuing on. What's that new sound? At this moment, Suma Cheng heard some new movements. Echoes? Ye Xiu guessed. No, ahead it sounds like the same thing is happening, Tang Ru said. With her ear training, her ability to distinguish sounds was quite high. No way, that's shameless. The five were dumbfounded. They hadn't even done anything since entering the ghost lair. Sending boulders from the left and right tunnels to squish them dead, wasn't this design just too unreasonable? When they thought of that, the five couldn't be bothered to continue running. Their footsteps slowed to a halt, but then they heard very clearly, aside from the sounds of a boulder up ahead, there was also the sound of hurried footsteps. "Oh hey, another group as unlucky as us," Ye Xiu said. "There has to be an exit. Let's continue forward," said Suma Cheng. The five once again began their frantic running. At last, they could clearly see the boulder ahead that was rolling toward them. But more clearly, they could see the five characters running ahead of it, almost like the opening credits of the animation Saint Seiya. The five now discovered Happy's five, or perhaps they had heard their sounds earlier, but they didn't falter in their steps, because the danger of getting flattened by the boulder was much more pressing than the danger posed by Happy. If they hesitated for just a second, the boulder would crush them. "Yo, it's the old bros." As they neared, Ye Xiu called out. The five that were approaching were none other than Team Tyranny, and the characters were the five on their main roster, including the four gods. "Is there no path on your end?" Someone from Tyranny shouted toward them. "Nothing," Ye Xiu replied. "Is this system actually as shameless as you are?" Zhang Jiao exclaimed. But right at that moment, the two approaching teams simultaneously discovered a thread of hope. Right between the two teams, there was an indentation on one side of the tunnel. Did it lead to an exit? They couldn't tell. But this was the only choice they had, unless they just waited to be crushed by the two boulders. Lord Grimm dashed forward and was the first to get into this temporary hiding spot. Zhang Jiao's dazzling 100 blossoms was the second to enter, and immediately raised his guns toward Lord Grimm. He didn't fire but kept a close watch on Lord Grimm's movements. Afterwards, the characters of the two teams jumped in one by one. This wasn't any exit, it was just a nook in the wall. With 10 people squeezed inside, it suddenly felt like a crowded elevator. "Zhang Jiao, what are you so nervous for? Are you claustrophobic?" Ye Xiu ridiculed Zhang Jiao's distrustful attitude. Zhang Jiao hadn't relaxed a single bit, and neither had Han Wenqing, Lin Jingyan, or Zhang Xinji. They all paid close attention to the actions of Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm. "You ran quite fast, you were the second to enter." Ye Xiu continued to talk. The word second stung Zhang Jiao, and he was absolutely sure that Ye Xiu was doing this on purpose, because that guy added, "What place were you on the leaderboard again, to get the teleportation scroll?" For today's leaderboard, Zhang Jiao had gotten second place. "Fuck you." As Zhang Jiao swore, dazzling 100 blossoms finally lowered his gun. Not because Ye Xiu's taunting made him forget his wariness, but because just now there was a giant crash as the two boulders finally collided just outside of the nook. Just like that, the two teams, 10 people, were shut into a nook that was about as large as an elevator. "What's going on?" someone said, confused. "There should be an exit," Zhang Xinji said. "Where's the exit? There's not a lot of space here. If I turn around, I might hit you with my weapon," Ye Xiu said. "Hey, don't move now, be good for once." Dazzling 100 blossoms raised his gun again. "Fuck, don't be so arrogant, you're not the only one who can do that." Lord Grimm raised his myriad manifestation umbrella, now in gun form. Suma Cheng's dancing rain followed suit in perfect partnership, and her cannon was much more impressive than the small pistol in dazzling 100 Blossom's hand. "Everyone, look around, see if you can find anything on the walls near you." Zhang Xinji completely ignored this squabble, and so Zhang Jiao turned his camera to look at the walls near him when bang, the sound of a gun. Lord Grimm had opened fire. My bad, it went off accidentally," Ye Xiu's voice came almost as quickly as the sound of the gun. Would a game have accidents like this? Of course not. Zhang Jiao fumed, and dazzling 100 blossoms reached for a hand grenade. Calm down, that can't go off accidentally, Ye Xiu hurriedly said. It seems like there's something over here. Lin Jingyan's voice finally drew everyone's attention once and for all. Oh, looks like it's nothing, Lin Jingyan said. How do you know? Asked Ye Xiu. Because I already smashed it. Lin Jingyan's brawler pulled his fist from the wall. His weapons were claws after all. With one claw he destroyed his discovery and also got his hand stuck there. It looks like there isn't any trick here, said Sima Cheng. Silence. If there was no trick, would they just be stuck in here forever? Try blowing apart the two boulders. Tyranny's Captain Han Wenking finally offered this solution. How tyrannical. Ye Xiu sent a thumbs-up emoji. Straight punch. Han Wenking was a man of action. As soon as he finished speaking, his desert dust already sent a straight punch toward the boulder on the left in order to try and send it rolling in the opposite direction. But even with this punch, the boulder didn't move at all. Collapsing fist. Han Wenking's willpower was similarly unmoved. Desert dust continued with a barrage of attacks, yet the boulder still refused to budge. Emperor's fist. One of the striker's fiercest charged attacks was unleashed. It looked the same as a normal punch, but it would be a big mistake to think that this was only as strong as a normal punch. The Emperor's fist burst forth. At the same time, a silhouette flashed to Desert Dust's side. Lord Grim, a falling flower palm, struck the boulder at the same time as Desert Dust's attack. With that, the boulder finally wobbled a bit, as though it were finally about to separate from its companion. But it still wasn't enough. Desert Dust clenched his two fists and his body tensed. Striker level 75 status skill, 1-inch burst. A high-end status in which the attack range was shortened to raise the power of the strike. Desert Dust released a chain of punches, the level 70 skill Ferocious Tiger Flurry. Light flashed. There was the non-stop sound of strikes hitting the boulder, which continued to lurch back and forth and finally seemed as though it were about to separate from its partner. Little Tang, Ye Xiu called. Coming, Tang Ru answered. Soft mist twisted her spear, Rising Dragon soars the sky. The battle mage's Rising Dragon soars the sky had a high knockback effect, and was now used by soft mist from a close range on the boulder. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim couldn't contribute this high-level attack, and just used another falling flower palm to increase the pushing force. Rising Dragon soars the sky slammed into the boulder. The boulder wasn't easily pushed away, but Soft Mist herself was pushed back from the force of the blow. Zhang Xinji's immovable rock immediately stood behind her. Lin Jingyan, Zhang Jiao, Sima Cheng, everyone's characters immediately clustered together, giving Soft Mist support. Boom! The boulder finally rolled in the opposite direction. Between the two boulders there was finally a gap through which people could pass. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. It knocked away some of my health. Lin Jingyan looked at his character. Just now, when they had all gone to use their bodies to support Soft Mist, they had suffered some damage. Zhang Xinji sent a few heals his way, then glanced at Happy. They hadn't brought a healer. Ye Xiu and Han Wenking's characters had already walked between the boulders to look around and evaluate their next step. Are we going to continue pushing them like this? Someone asked. There's a little bit of space above. We can see if we can squeeze through, said Ye Xiu, after studying the surroundings. The boulder didn't block the tunnel entirely in order for it to roll along. There had to be some space. At the top, especially at the two sides of the tunnel, it looked as though there were enough space for a character to pass through. We'll go this way. Ye Xiu pointed to the path from which his team had come. We'll go this way. Han Wenking turned to face their own path. I hope we don't meet again. Likewise, said Han Wenking. All right, everyone, let's go. Watch out for these sneaky old foxes attacking us from behind. Hurry, hurry. Ye Xiu directed his team. The King's Avatar, Chapter 1108, 1109, Chapter 1108. Shards of the Ghost King's Chamber. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami, the two teams took a path each and soon made their way through the gap on top. Two large boulders laid between them. Before they got a good understanding of the ghost lair, it was reasonable for the two teams to not have any real conflicts. However, they still secretly hoped that when the other team climbed over, another boulder would immediately come to squish them flat. Unfortunately, both sides were disappointed. After they climbed over the boulder, the whole path stayed clear. After they walked through the same path as before, the dungeon finally started to open up more. This seems like a tomb. The 5 members of Happy reached the tunnel's end. The room was square and very spacious. It was also quite tidy, apart from the chamber. There seemed to be no other constructions in the dungeon. After he spoke, the center of the room started to move and creak. A stone coffin slowly rose up from the ground. "HM, is the boss about to spawn?" Ye Xiu asked. "Ghost King. This easy, we gained without spending any effort." Ye Xiu spoke while the 5 members of Happy started to stand in formation. "We should figure out the boss's attack patterns before we start our attacks. We don't have a healer, so everyone should be extra careful." Ye Xiu reminded. Judging from the general event, the ghosts had high attack but weak defenses. It was easy to handle them after their weakness was found, but before that, they were hard to deal with. Thinking back to the seaweed monster, the boss should be able to deal damage at that level. That ghost's attack was strong to the point it could instant kill anyone. Happy scattered and stood in position. The stone coffin was also finally able to rise up completely from the ground. A creaking sound came out as the coffin lid was pushed aside. The 5 were relatively calm because they had seen too many of these tricks in the game. A player might find it mysterious and terrifying the first time, but they grew insensitive to these long ago. When the coffin lid was shifted halfway, a pale, slim hand rose up to grab the edge of the coffin. The thing that was previously sleeping in there quickly sat up. It was a female ghost. The hair, skin, and clothing all gave hints about it being a female ghost. Ye Xiu didn't hesitate and threw a grenade into the stone coffin. The grenade exploded and the female ghost shrieked. Her voice sounded as if she was terrified. Being scared by this type of skill wasn't something that should happen to a boss. The female ghost flew out from the stone coffin and rushed towards Lord Grimm's direction with a shrill shriek. The surrounding area instantly turned piercing cold. "Ice attack!" Ye Xiu called, and Lord Grimm had already rolled to the side. Dancing Rain set up her cannon and 3 consecutive shots were let out. The female ghost was very quick and knew how to dodge the attacks. This was indeed the sort of intellect only bosses possessed. After dodging past the 3 anti-tank missiles, Tang Ru's soft mist blocked her way. She used series of low-level skills combined with chasers. This forced the female ghost to a point she couldn't fight back. "Be careful, don't fight too close together," Ye Xiu reminded. "Understood." Tang Ru's focus was concentrated. What other unknown attacks did this female ghost have? They didn't know, but someone had to try. They wouldn't be able to test her thoroughly if they relied on long-ranged attacks, so they could only try with different methods. A fire chaser flew out. The buff from the fire chaser wrapped around Soft Mist's arms and her strength increased significantly. The female ghost let out another mournful scream. "She's afraid of fire, so she's a pure ice type," Ye Xiu recognized firmly. "Gasoline bottle!" Ye Xiu shouted at Steamed Bun. Steamed Bun Invasion threw out a gasoline bottle, and as expected, the female ghost was suffering and enraged in every way. "Flame cut!" Ye Xiu called again. Deception sprinted ahead. Trails of fire followed behind the ninja blades as they sliced the female ghost's body. The female ghost continued to shriek miserably. As the blade pierced her body, it directly left a cutting mark that seemed burnt. It seemed that this was more effective than the previous fire-type attacks. However, the female ghost's counterattacks also became incisive. She opened her mouth and blew out a gust of icy whirlwind. It was quick and covered a large area. Deception tried to dodge, but he wasn't able to dodge it fully, so his left arm, which got caught in the wind, turned into an ice block. "What happened?" Ye Xiu asked. He wanted to know the effect of this attack. "It's frozen," Mo Fan replied. This was the state the system gave Deception's left arm at the time. "Can you still form seals?" Ye Xiu asked. "No," Mo Fan said. All his controls that included movements with his left arm were forcibly deactivated. All the seals naturally required both hands, so without his left arm, the seals couldn't be formed. "Then it would be like a silence," Ye Xiu said. Steamed Bun was a good fellow. When he saw Mo Fan's deception was injured, he gave up his safety to help. However, the female ghost was very agile, so after she had injured Deception, she immediately turned around to blow towards Steamed Bun invasion. "Be careful, Steamed Bun," Ye Xiu reminded immediately. Steamed Bun had already dashed behind the female ghost, but he didn't expect her to suddenly turn around and blow straight onto Steamed Bun invasion's head. Could it be that his head would be sealed? What were the results of that? Would his intelligence decrease drastically? Because his brain was frozen. Steamed Bun roared even sharper than the female ghost's scream. Of course, his roar didn't deal any damage because key presses were required for an attack. Steamed Bun Invasion, who faced the female ghost directly, lifted both his arms with a calm and collected manner. The female ghost opened her mouth to blow a gust of icy whirlwind, but she was lifted horizontally in midair. Steamed Bun was able to brush straight past her. Back throw. Steamed Bun Invasion threw the female ghost out with a back throw, so the icy whirlwind didn't even manage to brush him. This guy, Ye Xiu, was covered in cold sweat head to toe. He managed to use back throw's control to dodge the attack. Ye Xiu wasn't sure whether Steamed Bun consciously knew what he was doing, but it was a brilliant move nonetheless by replacing defense with offense. So close, so close. In the next second, Steamed Bun exclaimed and controlled his character to escape by rolling and crawling. He carefully kept his distance between the female ghost. They had discovered the female ghost's weakness and had witnessed her attacks. Ye Xiu quickly adjusted his strategical thoughts and commanded how everyone should deal with the ghost. The grave chamber was instantly filled with shrill shrieks of the female ghost. After further inspection, the ice-type attack she activated through her shrieks was the fastest and strongest. Finally, with the cost of Steamed Bun Invasion's head being frozen, the female ghost was completely taken down within some wave of attacks. Everyone hurriedly rushed ahead to surround Steamed Bun. There was a large ice cube on his head. At this moment, Steamed Bun Invasion looked like a bean sprout. "What's up? Is your intelligence still normal?" Ye Xiu was concerned about his hypothesis. "There's nothing wrong with my ick," Steamed Bun said. Ye Xiu noticed that his voice was weak. It was obvious that the sound didn't come from the game. His voice had reached his ear in the training room, but it had been sealed in the game. This was very realistic because his mouth was one of the parts that were frozen. "I mean your intelligence stat." Ye Xiu spoke while he clicked onto Steamed Bun to check his stats. His intelligence was normal. The hypothesis that a frozen brain meant lower intelligence proved to be false. Keeping up with the large, frozen head, Steamed Bun Invasion took a few steps forward. He swayed to and fro, which showed his terrible balance. This was probably due to the destruction dealt by the freeze. "Look, what's this?" When everyone surrounded Steamed Bun Invasion, Suma Cheng noticed an item dropped by the female ghost. "Shard for the Ghost King's chamber." Ye Xiu saw it. If there was one shard, there would definitely be a second one, as well as a third, fourth, or fifth. The female ghost was obviously not the Ghost King, but one of his subordinates. The shards of this chamber was probably a type of key to unlock the hidden chamber. How many shards were there? Were they still on the boss? Since they have already collected it, if someone else wanted it, would they have to kill them in order for the shard to drop? Could the teams cooperate by using the shards together? He tried to use it by right-clicking it. The system said that they needed the second, third, fourth, and fifth shard. As expected, between the 5 teams, the 5 shards could only be used when they were put together. Through this type of method, only one team out of the 5 would have the opportunity to fight the Ghost King in the end. Countless of thoughts flashed past Ye Xiu's head. At that moment, the wall facing them started to crumble. In an instant, the wall vanished. The crushed stones left on the ground didn't seem to match the quantity lost on the wall. When the wall tumbled down, the chamber became even more spacious. Ye Xiu immediately saw a team before them who also just finished watching the wall tumble. Most importantly, a ghost's corpse also laid on their side. It wasn't the fully pale female ghost, but it should have been a ghost on the same level. The people on both sides were startled at first, then they became aware of something. The pupils of the players on both sides contracted. Heavenly lightning, earth, and fire. The opponent's attacks came quicker and more direct. Young people, they were always rather impatient. The people who came over from the opposite side of Happy belonged to Team Wind Howl. Zhao Yuge immediately launched an attack. He attacked while using the spell's lights to cover his team. The tomb chamber was wide and spacious, so there were no covers. After going through 2 years of his career life, Zhao Yuge was no longer a fresh rookie. He was one of the excellent players from the new generation, despite not having received a god's title yet. The 5 from Happy dodged hurriedly. It was pretty easy to dodge such a high-level skill when it was launched straight ahead without any base. Even Steamed Bun Invasion, who still carried the large ice cube on his head, managed to sway aside and dodge. However, Zhao Yu's aim wasn't to attack in the first place. His intentions mainly laid in screening. This was a fairly mature way of fighting for Wind Howl. Under the cover of his spell's light, Wind Howl's master of playing dirty, Fang Rui, started to fill the ground with his traps. Retreat for now, Ye Xiu informed. Steamed Boo Invasion's rhythm was slow and his balance was messed up because his head was still frozen. Happy couldn't fight at full power at the moment, so they could only keep away from the vanguard temporarily. Unfortunately, Team Wind Howl's captain and ace, Tang Hao, was the type who wouldn't let things slip when he had a reason not to. The more Happy retreated, the fiercer he rushed ahead. The Brawler was originally a class that was very nimble and could change constantly. But with the class in his hands at this moment, Demon Subduer was brave and fierce like Desert Dust, the king of fighting. Tang Hao was extremely annoyed over the fact that his Brawler didn't have an impressive title. Just like the Battle God, Great Gunner, Sword Saint, and King of Fighting, Demon Subduer should have an extravagant title too. Demon Subduer then rushed ahead with a tyranny that his class didn't originally possess. Chapter 1109, 21v4's Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami, he's too arrogant. Ye Xiu sighed deeply upon seeing the ferocity of Tang Hao's Demon Subduer. Old Lin was never so indecent, despite playing a brawler his whole life. Steamed Bun, why is your head still frozen? Ye Xiu spoke as he turned around to see Steamed Bun Invasion's big frozen head. Steamed Bun shook his big frozen head and expressed helplessness and regret. Demon Subduer arrived. He was currently the blade of Wind Howl, a dagger that was even sharper than when Lin Jingyan was present. Poison Needle, Gasoline Bottle, Sand Toss. Demon Subduer used a series of skills the moment he arrived. Lord Grimm opened up his myriad manifestations umbrella into its shield form. Tang Hao was enraged and made Demon Subduer leap up. He stamped directly onto Lord Grimm's head as he flew above the myriad manifestations umbrella. The myriad manifestations umbrella contracted immediately. Behind the umbrella stood Dancing Rain's cannon, which was already set in place. Tang Hao's heart thudded. The ray from laser rifle was launched out of the mouth of Dancing Rain's cannon. Eagle Stamp. Demon Subduer forcibly used this technique in midair, which seemed to have allowed him to halt momentarily during the time he stamped. He used the very technique Han Wenqing had used against Sun Xiang in the All-Stars Challenge. However, the area that the laser rifle covered wasn't something one could fully dodge just by making small changes, such as a temporary halt in midair. Half of Demon Subduer's body was blasted by the laser rifle, and the strong force made him go spiraling through the air. There was a roof because they were in a dungeon. In the end, Demon Subduer didn't continue to fly in midair, but instead crashed rather tragically into the ceiling. Young people, Ye Xiu sighed emotionally as he enjoyed the sight of Demon Subduer embedded in the roof. Tang Hao felt extremely aggravated. Such a penetrating charge was instantly diffused with the snap of a finger. He was even embedded into the ceiling like some sort of hanging light. How could he endure this? However, that wasn't all. Ye Xiu wouldn't let things slip when given the opportunity. Such as now, he was sighing with emotion as the muzzle of the myriad manifestation umbrella was aimed at Demon Subduer. With the addition of Dancing Rain, 2 sets of Gatling guns were brought out together. The bullets crossed and shot Demon Subduer in sync. The attacks were very satisfying. Unsightly, it was too unsightly. Even the teammates of Tang Hao found it difficult to watch. They rushed ahead to save him. As a result of this, it was Happy's turn to act tyrannically. Dragon breaks the ranks. Tang Ru's soft mist sprinted ahead by using her customary starting skill. The players of Windhowl, who sprinted ahead and were ready to attack, went past her like a strong gale. Soft mist didn't bother with the charging players ahead, but passed through a gap between them to look for the healer standing behind them instead. The players of Windhowl were stuck in a difficult situation. They had their captain at the front and the healer at the back. Who should they save first? Save the healer. Their leader finally gave them a command. Everyone retreated to save the healer in a hurry. Lord Grimm and Dancing Rain's joint shooting was also finally complete, and Demon Subduer fell down. Tang Hao impatiently wanted to attack. A shadow suddenly flickered behind him. Tang Hao was able to notice it, but since he was still adjusting himself in midair, he wasn't able to make too many movements freely. It was as if the other team had prepared for it, because they started their attacks immediately. Countless shadows scattered around Demon Subduer. Ninjutsu, Shadow Dance. Mo Fan was the one who attacked. Deception grabbed onto the chance by giving Demon Subduer a wave of fierce attacks as he dropped from the air. Tang Hao was on the verge of coughing up blood. He had never been beaten into such a wretched state like this, not even when he was playing in professional matches. He was passive in every way, powerless to fight back. He longed for reinforcement, but he had just told everyone to save the healer. If he immediately called out for them to help again, wouldn't it become a joke? Would he have any reputation left? Tang Hao could only grit his teeth and endure. Wait until I reach the ground, he thought to himself. He finally reached the ground. What met him were poison needles, a gasoline bottle, and a sand toss. He used these 3 skills earlier when he sprinted boldly ahead with the grandeur of annihilating Happy all by himself. As Happy welcomed his landing with joy, they used the same 3 skills. Steamed Bun finally attacked. When the ice around his head melted, his condition returned to normal and he became exceptionally nimble. Tang Hao wanted to avoid it but couldn't. He truly longed for reinforcements, so he spun his camera around. He then realized that Happy had Tang Ru take on the 4 players of Windhowl by herself. It's been so long and you still haven't taken her down. Tang Hao was truly angry. Honestly speaking, he had never really thought much of Happy, including Ye Xiu. Ever since he had gained fame in the All-Stars weekend by usurping the senior as a junior, he naturally possessed a strong psychological advantage when he fought with the older generation. For him, Team Happy was just a combination of old farts and rookies. What was there to fear? A bunch of gods were even seriously analyzing the members of Happy in the pro player chat. Was that necessary? And now, it seemed that the four from his team weren't able to swiftly take down Soft Mist like he had expected. After feeling mad, he realized that he needed to face Happy seriously. Soft Mist was fighting 4 by herself, and he was currently fighting 4 as well. Despite fighting the same numbers, they were in completely different situations. She had the initiative, while he didn't. Soft Mist was doing what he had originally intended to do. He was able to sprint ahead with daring spirit because he had planned to stall the majority of the opposition's main force by himself, like what Soft Mist was achieving right now. Then, his side would have the numbers advantage. This was the role of an ace. But now, he was on the back end. It could be said that the purpose of him as the ace was completely blown off by Happy. He had walked straight into the trap. However, he didn't want to lose face. He didn't want to call for reinforcements because he wanted to take on the burden of the current situation by himself. After Steamed Bun Invasion had greeted him with 3 skills after his landing, he dashed ahead with a strangle. Tang Hao was naturally incomparably familiar with the brawler skills. When Steamed Bun Invasion slightly moved his shoulder, he predicted that a strangle was coming. Tang Hao hastily controlled Demon Subduer to dodge. No matter what happened at this moment, he would not allow himself to be hit by this type of CC skill. Despite having avoided Steamed Bun Invasion strangle, Demon Subduer was still caught in a strangle. Lord Grimm's Strangle. This was a low-level skill under level 20, so it was natural for the unspecialized Lord Grimm to use it. The strangle was the starting signal for focusing a target. When he was taken down by the strangle, the other 3 immediately launched another wave of targeted attacks. They wouldn't be able to recover because they didn't bring any healers, which increased the risk in fighting. But when focusing on a single target, their attacks stirred the soul. On the other side, Fang Rui's group of 4 was dealing with Tang Ru. Even though Fang Rui was an expert, his style of playing dirty was never a quick-paced fighting method. His specialty lay in continuous consumption. However, Tang Ru's ferocity and boldness made Fang Rui feel uneasy. He most definitely did not disapprove of the players of Happy like Tang Hao. There was no problem in taking Soft Mist down at all, but it definitely was not as easy as taking her down in one go the moment they reached her. More time was needed. If they needed more time on their side, what about Tang Hao? Could he hold on? Fang Rui soon recognized this problem. However, the moment he looked at the other side, he witnessed Tang Hao being in a complete mess as he was tortured by the other 4. His situation was more miserable than that of Tang Ru's. Fang Rui sighed. He knew that Tang Hao's pride wouldn't allow him to call for help, but at the moment he really needed reinforcement. Switch targets. Under the signal of Fang Rui, Zhao Yu's group of 3 sprinted to assist Tang Hao. They left Tang Ru for Fang Rui to fight by himself because they didn't have any doubts about Fang Rui's abilities. When the 3 switched targets to reinforce the other side, Tang Ru now had a much easier time. After all, Tang Ru wasn't able to take care of every single one of the 4. However, the moment they left the battle to switch targets, Fang Rui immediately said, FCK. Soft Mist immediately increased her speed. By going from a 1v4 to a 1v1, it was natural for her to suddenly release her battle prowess after the pressure dropped. What Fang Rui didn't expect was Soft Mist's immediate increase in speed to be so astonishing. What type of acceleration was this? At this moment, Fang Rui felt threatened and nearly lost his composure. He was the master at playing dirty, after all. Patience and calmness were top qualities that this style required. However, a mere increase in speed but nothing else had frightened Fang Rui. Then her hand speed burst forth. A wave of powerful attacks pursued and rumbled its way towards Fang Rui's doubtful demon, the only target. Fang Rui realized that Tang Ru's sudden increase in speed had covered all of the distance between them. He was too busy being shocked that he actually forgot to pull away to a comfortable distance. Thieves weren't specialized in close combat fights. After suddenly having soft mist sticking with him, the wave of power smashed Fang Rui's heart into pieces. What made it worse was that the power didn't seem to have an end to it. What type of fighting spirit is this? Fang Rui was unable to relate this with the pretty girl in the report, who was beautiful to the point that one's heart would feel untroubled and pleased. What a troublesome person. Fang Rui came up with this complete analysis. However, despite being hard to deal with, he still believed that he could handle her. Doubtful Demon was on the defensive under soft mist suppression and continued to retreat step by step. However, they were moving straight towards the direction Fang Rui had hoped to reach. Nearly there, Fang Rui counted quietly. As a master at playing dirty, it would be impossible for him to forget where he had previously planted his trap. That was always his strongest weapon. Young people. Seeing Tang Ru's ferocity when she fought closed up, Fang Rui thought to himself, but it's over now. Fang Rui smiled. He was about to succeed in fooling a person. He enjoyed this kind of feeling, the delight when a prey lost its composure the moment it was caught in a trap. What sort of reaction would this pretty girl make? Fang Rui looked forward to it. However, the moment soft mist was about to run into his trap, she stopped. Switch positions. I'm here, Ye Xiu shouted. The spear form of Lord Grimm's myriad manifestation umbrella flew forward and followed after Soft Mist's previous attack. What did you come here for? Fang Rui fumed. It was as if a good scene was just about to unfold before him, but someone called out, "Cut!" It was too anticlimactic. I'm here to teach you how to play dirty, Ye Xiu yelled. There weren't many people who dared to say those words to the master. FCK off, Fang Rui yelled. When facing Ye Xiu, the majority of the pro players would lose their composure. The King's Avatar. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com Chapter 1110 Chapter 1100. Raised Monsters Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami, raise them. Ye Xiu couldn't do his monster-raising plan alone. He needed to coordinate with his guild for this to work. Directly asking guild members to sacrifice themselves was somewhat inhumane, so he would need to rely on his alternate accounts to complete the task. Ye Xiu was just about to discuss with Wu Chen how exactly they should carry this out, but Wu Chen already replied back, "This isn't going to be easy." "Why?" Ye Xiu asked. "I've already tried it. The base value of a ghost is 100 points. If the ghost kills a player, its value will increase by 1. Let's put aside issues like manpower and account cards on hand. Let's just look at the problem with the ghost killing players. If a player doesn't wear any armor and doesn't defend, a ghost will need 10 or 20 seconds to kill the player. Killing 100 players is equal to 100 more points. If we average it out and say 15 seconds per person, 100 players would need 25 minutes. Of course, the ghost having the ability to attack en masse and killing faster the stronger it grows are factors. But if you consider the issue of the possible risks involved and our current manpower, raising a monster won't be an easy task. Wu Chen explained. "Oh, understood," Ye Xiu replied. As soon as he heard that a single player killed was only worth 1 more point, he knew that it wouldn't be easy to make this work for the current happy. Putting aside the calculations that Wu Chen made, finding enough manpower would require a lot of effort. He didn't have enough on hand. The internet cafe customers had account cards, but who was going to help him for no reason? Especially since all of the Glory players were all busy with this event too. As a result, his only option would be to hire people. With Happy's current resources, he could afford it, but was that worth it just for this event? Ye Xiu calculated, but then he felt that something wasn't right. When he had killed that seaweed monster, Lord Grimm had obtained 625 points. It had already killed 525 players. It had only been an hour since the event had started. It didn't conform with Wu Chen's calculations. How did this seaweed monster do it? Could it be that its original value was high? It had started out as a mini-boss level ghost. The event never said anything about that, though. Ye Xiu was pondering over this mystery when he saw a team of players from the far end of the street charging over. He recognized the person in front, Samsara's guild leader, 3 Realms 6 Paths. When this team reached the bridge, they hastily looked towards the water beneath the bridge. In that instant, Ye Xiu realized something. As for 3 Realms 6 Paths, the instant he saw Lord Grimm, he stopped looking under the bridge and shouted, "Fuck you!" You guys raised it," Ye Xiu said. He figured it out. This monster that had eaten 525 players hadn't grown naturally. It had been intentionally raised by people. Ye Xiu hadn't been the only one to think of raising a monster. Just look at Wu Chen. Wu Chen had already tested it before Ye Xiu had even asked. He had clearly noticed that there was a potential exploit. As for the other guilds, their in-game experience was far richer than pro players, so they had noticed it too. Those guilds had the manpower and the accounts to carry out something Happy couldn't. As a result, raising a monster seemed to be an obvious course of action. Samsara had tried, and the ghost that they found was quite a good one. This seaweed monster had weak defense and low health. It seemed to be a feature that all ghosts in the Ghost Parade had in common. But apart from that, it had powerful attacks, and the scattered seaweed clumps could attack many players at once, making it a ghost perfect for growing quickly. Even though it had been raised, why didn't you have anyone guard it? Ye Xiu raised an honest question. What had just happened was one of the potential risks that Wu Chen had mentioned. Ye Xiu had just taken away all of the effort that Samsara had put into the ghost, yet now he was giving them a suggestion. 3 Realms 6 Paths wanted to cry. Why wasn't anyone guarding it? They obviously had people in the beginning, but as the seaweed monster became stronger, players started coming over and becoming its food. That was a cherry on top for Samsara, so not only did they not stop them, they welcomed them. As a result, the guards felt like there was no need to watch over it. They might as well just become its food and make it grow faster. Lord Grimm just happened to pass by and get caught by the seaweed monster. He just happened to be an unspecialized too, allowing him to kill the seaweed monster alone because of his multi-class skill set. After Samsara saw troubling rain cursing in the global chat, they realized something wasn't right. They didn't know if other guilds were raising monsters, but they were doing it. 3 Realms 6 Paths immediately asked the players stationed there whether the seaweed monster was safe and sound. But the team guarding the seaweed monster had sacrificed themselves and were on their way back. So when 3 Realms 6 Paths asked, they kept stalling. 3 Realms 6 Paths suddenly had a bad feeling and personally went over. The others were still checking under the bridge, but 3 Realms 6 Paths immediately noticed that Lord Grimm was on the bridge. Lord Grimm had suddenly gained 600 points in one go and jumped to first place. The seaweed monster that we had painstakingly raised had been snatched away by this fucker. 3 Realms 6 Paths felt bitter, but after cursing, "Fuck you," he couldn't say anything more. How could he blame Ye Xiu? He couldn't because Ye Xiu had already started scolding him justly and forcefully. You have to watch over it. You guys raised such a terrifying monster. Who knows how many innocent players were harmed? I almost died too. You've got to be more careful next time. Next time. This bastard was thinking of a next time. If this were someone else, 3 Realms 6 Paths would have had called everyone over to blast this guy to smithereens. But it had to be Ye Xiu. It wasn't like he revered Ye Xiu. It was a question of whether they could actually beat him. He didn't have that many people on his side, and all of them had been food. They had lost a lot of experience and had no equipment on them. If they actually tried to fight him, they would probably be the ones getting eaten. No. Three Realms, Six Paths grit his teeth, but he could only swallow his anger. They could only blame themselves for being too greedy, wanting to use other passerbeers as fodder. If they had made their guards stay to watch over it, their guards could have warned other people not to come over. They could have at least warned a dangerous fellow like Ye Xiu. Fuck, would he have left just because they warned him? In reality, Three Realms Six Paths didn't think so. The purpose of a guard wasn't to warn people. Was a warning going to stop other people? When was the heavenly domain ever so peaceful, especially between the club guilds? There were no grounds to argue with him. What's more, he didn't even know. Have him pay. Three Realms Six Paths wasn't naive enough to say that. This time, he could only take the blow and watch as Lord Grimm marched out magnanimously. As for the food, they were standing on the bridge, staring blankly at the clean river water. He obviously needed to tell the pro team what had happened because Three Realms Six Paths had already told them that they were raising a big monster for the pros to come get the points. But now, there was nothing. He had to at least tell them. Samsara wasn't the only one raising monsters. Clubs had their own dedicated in-game divisions. How could they not do any research towards this event? After looking at the rules, the club guilds had already been planning on doing this way before the event even started. It was just that they didn't know the specifics yet. When the event started and they tested it, they found out that one death was only 1 point. Such minuscule gains only allowed these guilds to gather enough manpower to raise a single big monster. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm suddenly jumping to first wasn't anything too surprising. Even though Huang Xiaoshan had been cursing in the global chat, he also understood. However, why did Happy kill it so early? Why did Happy kill their raised monster so fast? The rather innocent people thought in this way. However, some people thought of the storm that Ye Xiu always brought up wherever he went and guessed something very close to the truth. He hadn't stolen someone else's monster, did he? As a result, in that instant, it wasn't just Three Realms Six Paths checking on the situation. The various guild leaders were all asking about their raised monsters. Unfortunately, it was only Samsara with the grievous news. The other guilds heard that their raised monsters were safe and sound. They instantly felt their hearts relax. However, in the end, they were also curious about whether a guild had gotten unlucky or not. It wasn't hard to find out. They didn't even need to put their spies to use. Someone directly asked about in the guild leader chat group. I say, did Lord Grimm steal someone's monster? The first to speak was Tyrannical Ambitions Jiangyu. As excellent Era's old rival in the past, Tyranny always analyzed Ye Xiu from the worst way possible. When Jiangyu asked, the other curious guild leaders didn't need to ask. They simply replied with a "not ours." In the end, Three Realms Six Paths typed out a sad face. Everyone saw it and immediately understood. They rejoiced in their hearts, but they put on a fake smile and consoled him. Oh no! How could you be so careless? How could Three Realms Six Paths not know how happy these guild leaders were? But he really needed to speak his mind right now. These competitors of his were quite good listeners too. After hearing Three Realms Six Paths' tragic story, everyone naturally consoled him. Even though hadn't done it intentionally with their impression of Ye Xiu, they weren't going to defend him. They could only look at him through an evil lens. That guy definitely knew. Yeah, it was so obvious, how could he have not? What a terrible person, the scum among gods. Everyone's got to be more careful. As they chatted, the guild leaders ordered their monster-raising team. Be on high alert, especially against Lord Grimm and anyone from Happy. Samsara too. Don't look at how everyone seemed to sympathizing with Three Realms Six Paths. In reality, they treated him the same as Ye Xiu. They looked at him in the worst way possible too. Samsara's raised monster was gone. Would they try to steal someone else's? Everyone had thought of this issue. And at the same time, this exchange had let everyone realize that raising monsters wasn't something that they alone were doing. All of the guilds were doing the same. Then, Where were they? If they could be stolen, they had to try. As a result, in an instant, the spies and open accounts of the various guilds started moving the king's avatar. Chapter 11, 12, 11, 13. Chapter 11, 12. Conflict between ideologies. Translator. Namyami editor. Namyami Wind Howls. Captain Tang Hao expressed displeasure at the conflict between Fang Rui and Zhao Yuge. His eyes stopped at Fang Rui. It was plain as day who he favored. No one uttered a word. Team Wind Howl seemed to only be just 3 people. Zhao Yuge continued to glare at Fang Rui with unwillingness. Tang Hao didn't show any resentment towards Zhao Yuge, but he wasn't looking at him in a good way either. As for Fang Rui, he was still playing the game. His doubtful demon suddenly rushed out. What? Is he regretting it now? Zhao Yuge, who was also in the game, noticed doubtful demon's movements. He could see that he was chasing after Happy. Isn't it too late to start chasing? Zhao Yuge was puzzled. Fang Rui's doubtful demon suddenly stopped chasing. He just stood there looking around for something. Zhao Yuge couldn't bear it anymore. He had his beautiful light move over there as well. The other 2 players followed. Fang Rui was looking at the passageway that Happy had left through. Zhao Yuge had solid fundamentals too. After all, he had accumulated quite a bit of tactical experience throughout his career of 2 years. When he looked at this passageway, he realized how the entrance could be utilized. At this instant, he noticed. Fang Rui was right. Happy indeed had made preparations. It would be very easy for Happy to ambush them at this entrance. So what? Zhao Yuge refused to admit his mistake. With their health, so what if they ambush us? In important playoff matches in Season 2, Season 4, Season 5, and Season 7, several teams encountered situations like this and lost as a result, Fang Rui said. Zhao Yuge stared blankly. He didn't know about these precedents. For a moment, he couldn't think of which matches Fang Rui was talking about. Do you think you're safe because the opponents don't have much health left? Throw away such naive thoughts. Glory isn't as sweet as you think it is. Fang Rui said. Zhao Yuge was at a loss for words. Fang Rui didn't say anything more to him. He glanced at Captain Tang Hao. We'll continue. Okay. Tang Hao nodded his head. He had heard the conversation between the 2. Right now, it was very clear who had been in the right and who had been in the wrong. The 4 players continued onwards. The other players in the team let out a sigh of relief. Only Liu Hao looked pensive. The others only saw it as different answers for a question, but Liu Hao saw it as a conflict in ideologies between 2 players. Fang Rui's style of playing dirty didn't synergize well with Tang Hao's and Zhao Yuge's style of play, and those 2 were the pillars of Wind Howl's new generation. After Demon Subduer switched hands from Lin Jingyan to Tang Hao, Fang Rui's playstyle became more and more lost in this type of team. As Tang Hao's playstyle matured, and as their other main talent Zhao Yuge grew, Fang Rui's playing environment became increasingly difficult. At the same time, his existence itself made Tang Hao and Zhao Yuge very uncomfortable. Wind Howl's style hadn't changed completely enough. With Tang Hao as the core, the set of strategies employed during Lin Jingyan's generation might no longer be suitable. Wind Howl still had its struggles. In the game, Happy's 5 players quickly retreated. After confirming that there were no pursuers, they stopped to rest. They drank potions and ate food to recover their mana and health. After all, this was the game and not the competitive stage. Though it wasn't the competitive stage, the dangers hadn't passed. When were there ever these sorts of large, chaotic fights on the competitive stage? Happy stopped at a place to recover. It wasn't just a random place. Ye Xiu saw that it was a wide open space where they couldn't be ambushed. After starting to recover, he requested that no one use food that made a lot of noise so as not to let any sound leak. The 5 characters sat together on the ground and recovered silently. The tense environment constructed by Ye Xiu made everyone turn and look at their surroundings from time to time. Happy's cautiousness wasn't for naught. Amidst the silence, they could hear the sounds of footsteps coming from the passageway. That wasn't the direction Wind Howl would be coming from. Which team was this? Tyranny and Happy had run in the opposite directions. It was too early to meet up. Thus, it should one of the other two guilds. Was it Royal Style or Misty Rain? Withdraw for now. Ye Xiu typed in the chat. The 5 characters stood up. To hide the sounds of their footsteps, they either crouched or rolled and quickly found a hiding spot. Ye Xiu had found these spots as soon as Happy had gotten here. The footsteps grew closer and closer. Ye Xiu told the others to retreat back while his Lord Grim was positioned slightly more forward. The 5 characters finally revealed themselves. It was Team Misty Rain. Windy Rain, something to hide, dark forest, none dare attack, lower your head. Misty Rain's character choices were as bold as Happy's. They also didn't bring a healer. What's more, their team had 3 sharpshooters. Along with Windy Rain, that made 4 long-ranged attackers with Dark Forest as a ninja. Get ready to fight. Ye Xiu called out to the other 4. Their positions were hidden. It wasn't possible for Misty Rain to directly see them. What followed depended on what Team Misty Rain did. If they decided to investigate this side, Happy had to attack first to catch them off guard. However, Misty Rain didn't seem to have any intentions of searching this area. Their team quickly passed by this point and moved ahead. Happy's 5 players slowly went out of hiding. Follow them. Ye Xiu said, it'd be best if they clashed with Wind Howl. Just when Ye Xiu saw this, sounds of gunfire could be heard ahead. How aggressive. They really are pro teams. They've already encountered each other, Ye Xiu praised. Team Wind Howl didn't chase after Happy as soon as possible, but in the end, they still headed in this direction. After all, Happy was moving about in this direction. They hadn't given up and obviously wanted to get all the shards too, but then they encountered Misty Rain. Wind Howl knew that Happy was ahead, so they had advanced very cautiously. When they heard footsteps, Fang Rui thought that Happy had finished recovering and had come back to kill them. This situation was within his expectations. He quickly set up traps and arranged a formation. When the first trap was triggered, a battle soon ensued. Fang Rui looked at the enemies and suddenly felt like crying. If it wasn't Happy, it was okay. But it just had to be Misty Rain. Misty Rain just had to have so many long-ranged characters too, reducing the threat of his traps. Long-ranged attackers didn't need to stick close to them to attack. If they didn't enter the trap zone, how could his traps be of any use? Today's been such an unlucky day. Fang Rui was gloomy. Wind Howl had once again been thrown into disarray. This time, under his arrangements, Zhao Yuge felt like he could finally breathe. Chu Yunxiu and her Windy Rain. Zhao Yuge really wanted to fight her. He hoped that he could crush her to prove that he was the #1 elementalist. Even though it was just the game right now, these thoughts were deeply rooted in him. As soon as he saw Windy Rain, his emotions became fervent. He started to think about how he should contend with Windy Rain. Retreat. But then his spirits were once again dampened, again by Fang Rui. As soon as the situation looked slightly unfavorable, they would immediately retreat. If the enemy advances, we retreat. If the enemy retreats, we harass. These were the guidelines on how to play dirty. Fang Rui was commanding the team, so he naturally made decisions depending on his own habits. But this made Fang Rui very, very unhappy. Extremely unhappy. Retreat again. When are we going to fight? Didn't we already set up traps? Zhao Yuge shouted. Even though he could see that these traps would mostly fail because Misty Rain consisted of mostly long-ranged attackers, he had to say it to slap Fang Rui's face. The traps are no good. Retreat for now. Fang Rui's style of playing dirty didn't have the same sort of pride as Zhao Yuge's playstyle. He simply admitted that his traps were ineffective. FCK, communicating with this type of person is impossible. Zhao Yuge felt very bitter. The ideologies that the two sides had for glory were completely different. But seeing how the other 2 team members had followed Fang Rui's orders and started retreating, Zhao Yu didn't dare challenge Misty Rain alone. He could only retreat as well, but Misty Rain refused to let them go. The three sharpshooters shot at them as they chased closely behind. The sounds of gunfire provided a good cover for Happy. They didn't need to hide their footsteps to avoid the notice of the others, making their tailing very easy. Soon, Wind Howl retreated back to where Happy had found the shard after killing the female ghost. When they saw the walls collapsed over there, they wanted to cry. Another team was coming in this direction, royal style. The poor Wind Howl was suddenly surrounded like a dumpling. No matter how crafty Fang Rui was, it would be very difficult for the entire team to escape. Both escape routes were sealed. Their only choice was to fight. You don't fight when we should fight and fight when we shouldn't fight, Zhao Yu shouted in discontent. Indeed, compared to the previous 5 players from Misty Rain or the nearly dead Happy, their situation was even more disastrous right now. However, fighting in a tricky situation was one of the strengths of someone who played dirty. Team Royal Style was led by Tian Sen's exorcist, Peaceful Hermit. Starting last season, he had spent much effort in the game in an attempt to help Royal Style grow. Unfortunately, the effects weren't good. Royal Style once again failed to enter the playoffs. As for he and his Peaceful Hermit, his ranking in All Stars dropped again to 21st place. If he dropped another 3 places, he wouldn't make it into All Stars. To get chosen into All Stars was an honor for many players and characters. However, Peaceful Hermit was a god-level character that had been equally as famous as One Autumn Leaf and Desert Dust back in the early days. And now, Peaceful Hermit was actually struggling to make it into All Stars. Tian Sen felt that they were incapable of making it into playoffs. There has to be change. Tian Sen muttered to himself again and again. This summer, this break, he threw himself into the game even more fervently. Chapter 11:13. Sending a Shard Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami Royal Style on the left, Misty Rain on the right, Wind Howl in the middle. In this situation, no communication was necessary. Royal Style and Misty Rain were already thinking the same thing. Eliminate Wind Howl first. Tian Sen's Peaceful Hermit grabbed with his left hand and pulled out a talisman, crackling with lightning from the void. He swung his right hand and a scythe flew out along with that lightning talisman towards Wind Howl. Lightning talisman, dodge, Fang Rui shouted. Wind Howl's 4 players quickly dispersed. The scythe landed at the center of their original location. The lightning talisman exploded and lightning spread from where the scythe had pierced into the ground. Throwing the weapon was an exorcist skill called Spirit Guidance. Many exorcist skills could be utilized along with Spirit Guidance. A weapon thrown with Spirit Guidance wouldn't be considered as dropping it. Others wouldn't be able to pick it up. On the other hand, the exorcist could grab the weapon back from afar. It could be considered as one way for an exorcist to show off how cool he was. But for experts, looking cool was secondary. These types of class-specific skills were skills that best displayed a class's ability. All of these skills needed to be mastered. As the #1 exorcist in glory, Tian Sen's mastery over this skill was needless to say. Spirit Guidance brought a lightning talisman with it, splitting up Wind Howl's team. Misty Rain coordinated very well with them. Ye Xiu complemented with a heavenly lightning earth and fire, a flame storm, and a thunder apocalypse. 3 Aya spells completely split apart Wind Howl's 4 players. Behind Whiny Rain, Team Misty Rain's 3 sharpshooters focused Wind Howl's cleric. Bullets rained down wildly onto Wind Howl's cleric. Tian Sen saw Misty Rain's actions and directed his team to coordinate with them. Team Royal Style's players belonged to the strength category. Su Huiliu was a striker player. His fame might not be comparable to Han Wenking's, but he definitely belonged to the upper ranks among strikers. Shen Wan was a Spitfire. After Zhang Jiao retired, He was even a candidate for dazzling 100-blossom successor. His skill wasn't as high as a god's, though, and in the end, Team 100 Blossoms chose their own team's Zhu Yuan. Then there was He Weitang. He even had a slight connection with Zhao Yuge. The two had joined the pro scene the same year and were both contenders for Best Rookie that year. Even though Zhao Yuge was chosen to be Best Rookie, the lead had been very slight. He Weitang lost, but he was definitely a talented rookie worthy of being nurtured. He Weitang was a summoner, which was a class that had always been missing among the All-Stars cast. The last player was their paladin, Ren Junchai. He wasn't particularly outstanding among healers, but for him to be a starter on a pro team, he couldn't be bad. The current team Royal Style was their starting 5 players. Tian Sen's Peaceful Hermit initiated with a lightning talisman and then directed his team to coordinate with Team Misty Rain to target Wind Howl's Cleric. Wind Howl was still within Fang Rui's trap zone. However, Royal Style had He Weitang, who quickly had his summons lead the way. Shen Wan's Spitfire was also a long-ranged attacker, and he quickly formed a crossfire with Misty Rain's 3 sharpshooters. How could a cleric defend against so many attacks? His allies had been separated from him by AI attacks. When Su Huiliu's striker reached him, Wind Howl's cleric could no longer persevere and was the first to fall. Misty Rain only attacked from afar. They coordinated closely with Wind Howl, making sure to avoid any accidental injuries. But the instant Wind Howl's cleric fell, Misty Rain's Liu Hua's ninja, Dark Forest, very precisely teleported to the fallen cleric with a shadow clone technique. Royal Style was startled, but quickly realized Misty Rain's intentions. Su Huiliu's striker was just about to punch, when everyone saw that the cleric hadn't dropped anything when he died. Su Huiliu forcefully canceled his skill. The two sides typed haha and tacitly understood to focus on the next target. Wind Howl's Knight became the next target of the two teams. But this time, Royal Style was prepared. He Weitang's summon swarmed the Knight. If Li Hua's Dark Forest tried to use Shadow Clone technique again, he wouldn't be able to squeeze in. Misty Rain saw this and figured that all of their efforts would have been for nothing, so they immediately switched fire to Zhao Yu's Beautiful Light. They planned on testing their luck with Royal Style to see which player from Wind Howl would have the shard. Zhao Yuge was in a dire situation, but his fighting spirit didn't dampen. Even though he felt like there was no possibility of him escaping, he still wanted to attack Windy Rain to prove his skill. When the enemy stopped attacking him, Zhao Yuge was able to find an opportunity. He was just about to send a fierce wave of attacks at Windy Rain, when Team Misty Rain suddenly switched targets. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 sharpshooters had shot 3 thunder snipes, striking the frail elementalist and shattering not just his heart but his body into pieces. Zhao Yuge, who had been planning on launching a fierce assault, didn't even have a way out anymore. He could only brace himself for the attacks and continue charging ahead as if he were a battle mage. But midway through, Li Hua's Dark Forest intercepted him. Along with support fire from the rear, Beautiful Light wasn't even able to touch Windy Rain's clothing. Fuck, Zhao Yuge cursed fiercely. The instant he fell, he saw that their team's knight couldn't hang on any longer either. But what about Fang Rui? Zhao Yuge immediately checked and was dumbstruck. Their teammate Fang Rui found an opportunity when the other 3 players died to run away. You, Zhao Yuge fumed. Sound could no longer be transmitted in the game. He could only turn his head and shout at Fang Rui outside the game. But Fang Rui was completely focused. His hands were dancing across the keyboard and mouse. He didn't notice Zhao Yuge's existence at all. You think you can escape from this kind of encirclement? Zhao Yuge was solely preoccupied with Fang Rui's dirtiness, but ignored the outcome that resulted from it. Windy Rain and Royal Style, 10 pro players, discovered that none of those 3 in Wind Howl had dropped the shard. At the same time, they also realized with a start, Fang Rui's doubtful demon had disappeared. The thief's stealth allowed the character to move while invisible. But even so, with the two pro teams attacking from two sides, slipping away without them noticing showed Fang Rui's skill with it. "Find him," the two teams ordered. The stealth effect would be removed at the slightest touch, and under stealth, the character would move at 60% speed. Even if the skill was maxed, the movement speed could only reach at 85%. Any attack or any movement that used stamina would automatically cancel stealth. The only exception was if the thief had trap proficiency and placed down traps under stealth. Pro players obviously understood how the skill worked. They naturally knew how to get a thief out of stealth, but despite their best efforts, they were unable to dig out Fang Rui's doubtful demon. The two teams continued to do their best, but at the same time they had gradually started to shift their intentions. Next up was time for the two teams to fight. The teams already understood how this dungeon worked. They knew that they needed to fight for these shards. Fang Rui's doubtful demon was gone, so now it was time for them to fight. Spirit Guidance, Ice Talisman. Tian Sen's peaceful hermit moved first. He tossed his scythe, which landed on the ground along with an ice talisman. A ring of ice was just about to spread out when a pillar of fire shot up from the same spot. Raging flames. Team Misty Rain had been prepared. Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain had practically casted the spell at the same time. Ice and fire crossed. The two elements restrained each other, neither attack greater than the other. Raging Flame's fire pillar didn't last for even a second before it disappeared. The ice talisman's ice ring failed to spread outwards and disappeared along with the fire pillar. Following afterwards, the two sides attacked each other fiercely. Team Misty Rain had no healer, so they couldn't fight head-to-head with royal style. Their long-ranged attackers coordinated with one another, while Liu Hua's ninja weaved around. This type of playstyle was Team Misty Rain's distinguishing style. Only this time they had no healer and instead had a long-ranged attacker. Their offensive was more powerful, but they needed to be more careful in protecting themselves. So they've finally started fighting. Time to run. Fang Rui's doubtful demon started moving. This was the brilliant spot he had chosen. He knew that the two pro teams would quickly realize that he had disappeared with stealth. If he went to look for any hiding places, he would definitely be forced out by the enemies, so he simply stood there in place and gambled on it. Fang Rui's gamble paid off. The two teams were searching around the exit and failed to find him. The two then started attacking each other. Fang Rui was carefully weaving past the fires of the battle. Even though Wind Howl only had one person remaining, Fang Rui felt like they hadn't lost yet because the remaining teams would have to fight each other. After the teams killed one another, perhaps there might be an opportunity for him to finish it off. Doubtful Demon slowly left the battle, but he wasn't willing to go too far. He wanted to see what the outcome of the battle would be. Perhaps there was an opportunity there. He slowly retreated, looking for a safe place to peep at the battle. As he backed up, he discovered that he had backed up into a group of people. Fuck! Fang Rui suddenly fumed. He was just one person playing dirty, but Happy was going too far. All 5 of them were playing dirty. They were all shamelessly hiding in a corner, waiting to reap the benefits. Too shameless. Fang Rui cursed inwardly, but he didn't dare challenge Happy's 5 players. He took advantage of the fact that Happy hadn't discovered him yet and tried to leave. Fang Rui had wanted to quietly move his doubtful demon away when he suddenly heard a click from underneath his feet. A trap had locked up his foot. Doubtful Demon's stealth wore off. "What the fuck?" Steamed Bun cried out in surprise, seeing a person suddenly appear out of nowhere. "SHHH. He's here to send us his shard." Ye Xiu said calmly. The King's Avatar Chapter 11 14 11 15 Chapter 11 14 Dangerous Game Translator Namyumi Editor Namyumi Shameless. Fang Rui immediately shouted after being caught in the trap. Was he really angry enough to resort to such an outburst? Of course not. He already knew that there was absolutely no way for him to escape, but he refused to let Happy get away with this so easily. By yelling, he hoped that he could catch the attention of Misty Rain and Royal Style, drawing them over here to impede Happy's progress. Ha ha ha, go ahead and shout all you want, you can shout until you go hoarse and no one will hear. Ye Xiu said, accompanied by a smirking emoji. Fang Rui turned his camera. It was true, there was no use. They were too far away, not to mention that they were fiercely fighting, with all sorts of sound effects from the skills they used. The sound of his voice had no way of carrying all the way over there. Kill him quickly, Ye Xiu ordered, his Lord Grim acting first. A back throw pushed Fang Rui's doubtful demon into a dark corner, and the other 4 members of Happy weren't as polite as they unleashed a barrage of attacks on him. Fang Rui noticed that these guys were avoiding loud and flashy skills, instead using silent and subtle ones. They intended to smother him here. Fang Rui was upset, but what could he do? No matter his skill, no matter his status as the master of playing dirty, there was simply no way for him to escape from this corner after being surrounded by 5 pros. Doubtful Demon fell. Now, Team Windhowl was completely wiped out. The shard that Windhowl had obtained was held by Doubtful Demon, as expected. Fang Rui had gone through great struggles to protect this shard, using all of his shameless tactics to escape from tight spots, but in the end, Happy snatched it just like that. Fang Rui shook his head and let out a sigh, then stood up and stretched his arms. He glanced around the room and saw Zhao Yu still shooting glares at him out of the corner of his eye. Fang Rui could only smile bitterly. He was a veteran player, having played for many years now, and the problems that Liu Hao had noticed, he understood even more clearly. After Tang Hao had joined Wind Howl, it seemed as though Wind Howl's strength vastly increased, and they had even made it to the semifinals last season. However, Fang Rui's capabilities in this team had been suppressed. His dirty playstyle was entirely opposed to Tang Hao's playstyle, as well as that of the newcomer Zhao Yu. As time went on, he felt like more and more of a stranger to Wind Howl. They'd gotten through last season like this, but the problem was very apparent. Fang Rui felt it. Tang Hao and Zhao Yu felt too. How could the club managers not have noticed either? Fang Rui remembered how the club had acted when encouraging Lin Jingyan to retire last year, and he felt lost as to what his own future now looked like. Seeing the dissatisfaction that both Tang Hao and Zhao Yu displayed toward him, Fang Rui felt that his footsteps toward the exit were only quickening. Tang Hao was the now core of Wind Howl. Zhao Yu had a good future ahead of him and was being looked after heavily. Fang Rui had no chance of winning this battle. Should he just back off? Except Wind Howl's new style. Unfortunately, Fang Rui had been playing dirty for so many years. These skills and instincts had been thoroughly ingrained into him. To have him follow Tang Hao and Zhao Yu, the fierce and direct playstyle of these youths, he simply couldn't do it. His class wasn't suited for it either. It looked like his time was up. In the training room, Tang Hao stood up, Zhao Yu stood up, and the rest of the players followed, returning to their rooms to rest. Fang Rui tilted his neck back and stared at the ceiling. For these people who spent their lives in the game, this was the sky they saw the most often, the ceiling lights acting as their starlight. After so many years, he was used to this sight, but now it looked like he would be saying goodbye to this piece of sky. Let's take things one step at a time. Fang Rui shut off his computer. As the last one to leave the practice room, he didn't forget to turn off all the lights and power. Wind Howl withdrew from the event, but the battle in the Ghost Lair continued. Happy now had 2 shards, and they were in a good position as they watched the ongoing battle without either of the 2 sides knowing. Right now, the most important thing was patience. Patience to wait until these 2 teams beat themselves bloody. This wasn't a competition where the goal was to kill the opponent. In this competition, there was only one goal: Shards. A shard could only be held by one character on the opposing team, so in this battle, the strategy of attacking everyone and defending everyone wasn't used. Instead, both sides directed all of their attacks onto one target at a time. Kill one, see if they held a shard. If obtained, then retreat. If not, then repeat the process. Ye Xiu hoped that both sides protected their shards well. That way more characters would be killed off one by one as each team tried to find the others. At the same time, he was also studying the battle closely, seeing if he could guess from their movements which characters held their respective team's shards. "Did you find anything?" Sima Cheng asked, as she too watched the battle. There's nothing standout about royal style. They're protecting their healer, but that's to be expected. The healer could have the shard, though, so protecting him would serve two purposes," Ye Xiu said. "So Misty Rain is currently targeting Gentle Angel," Sima Cheng said. Gentle Angel was the name of Royal Style's paladin. As a healer, this sort of sweet and pleasant name was relatively common. This character was also a female character, and its previous owner was female. But now the owner had changed. Ren Junchai, a manly man but with an account called Gentle Angel. Just looking at the conflict of these names, it was fairly clear what kind of person this player was. Yes, exactly. It's more difficult to judge Misty Rain's side, though. The four long-ranged attackers have the safety of distance, and Li Hua's ninja is nimble and evasive. The shard could easily be on any of them. Using what you know about Chu Yunxiu, who do you think she would have assigned the shard to? Ye Xiu said. Like you said, it could be anyone, Sima Cheng said. All right. Ye Xiu was helpless. The current situation couldn't be considered too good. Better pay attention closely. If Royal Style did give it to Gentle Angel, and he's killed first by Misty Rain and drops it, Ye Xiu trailed off. That would be the worst outcome for these lurkers. They were hoping for both sides to suffer heavy damage, so if only one person died before the battle finished, they wouldn't be at as large of an advantage. Footsteps, Tang Ru suddenly said. Huh, where? Ye Xiu immediately asked. After all, Tang Ru's ears had been trained professionally and were sharper than those of anyone else here. From the way we came, Tang Ru said. I didn't hear anything. Steamed Bun was still confused, controlling his Steamed Bun invasion to crouch on the ground, turning this way and that as he pressed his ear to the ground. This seemed to be the legendary ear-to-the-ground listening method. Steamed Bun must have learned it from somewhere. But would Glory have this sort of mechanism? Ye Xiu, the man titled the Glory textbook, made a face at Steamed Bun's idiocy. From the way we came, Tang Ru confirmed. It's tyranny, Ye Xiu said. It couldn't be anyone else but tyranny. With this, Happy was stuck in the middle. On one side there was the fierce battle between two teams, and on the other side there was the rapidly approaching tyranny. Happy had no way out. Although their current position hid them from the two fighting teams, there was no way they could evade the notice of tyranny unless they were completely oblivious or distracted. Prepare for battle. Ye Xiu was helpless. For another team to come from behind, they really were unlucky here. Right now, should they try to keep their battle with tyranny separate from the ongoing one, or should they try to group all four teams together into a one big chaotic free-for-all? Ye Xiu thought rapidly, and eventually reached a decision. A huge four-way battle like that would be disadvantageous to the parties without healers, which included Happy. Plus, Happy had 3 rookies who lacked experience and judgment. In such a chaotic battle, they would certainly fare worse than the more experienced pros. Better keep the two battles separate. Ye Xiu led his team out of the corner to advance towards where tyranny was approaching from, to further separate themselves from Misty Rain and Royal Style so that they wouldn't discover their battle here. The footsteps grew closer and closer, until finally, the silhouettes of Tyranny's 5 finally appeared in their view. Don't act rashly, follow my lead, Ye Xiu said in the team channel. It could be said that there were no secrets between the Ye Xiu and Tyranny's old veterans. They understood each other extremely well, having fought for so many years, and it would be difficult for either side to surprise the other. With no surprises, then there was only direct confrontation left as an option. But Happy was much weaker than Tyranny. Ye Xiu would have to figure out some sort of tactic if they were to survive this. Tyranny's 5, upon seeing Happy's 5, came to a stop. The two sides had already identified each other. Ye Xiu heard someone on Tyranny say, exasperated, "How come it's you guys again?" "The feeling is mutual," Ye Xiu said. Right after saying that, Ye Xiu heard the sound of an explosion from behind him. He knew that there was a fierce battle ongoing back there, and he didn't want Tyranny to find out, so he arranged their meeting a little farther away. They shouldn't have been able to hear the battle from here, but that explosion. The battle over there, was it moving? Ye Xiu heard the sound, so of course Tyranny heard as well. "Flash bullet, who's over there?" Zhang Jiao immediately recognized the sound effect of one of his Spitfire skills. Royal style it seems. Zhang Xinji immediately made this judgment. Flash bullet, a Spitfire skill. Among the 25 players who entered the Ghost Lair, there were only 2 Spitfires, Zhang Jiao's dazzling 100 Blossoms and Chen Wan's Flash Save. "Who are they fighting?" Zhang Jiao asked. "Misty Rain." The sound of numerous bullets gave them their answer. Only Misty Rain had brought 3 sharpshooters. How did the fight between those two teams move all the way over here? Ye Xiu was quickly thinking over this question, but in an instant he understood. It was Fang Rui. That guy, harming others even without any benefit to himself. Before he died, he must have sent a message to those two teams telling them that Happy was over here waiting for an opportunity. Since everyone was using their professional accounts this time, they had each other added as friends, and it was easy enough to send a message like this to them. So these two teams pretended to fight, either trying to pull Happy into some kind of trap, or steadily approaching Happy until they could suddenly turn and attack them. In any case, they weren't going to let Happy just wait for easy pickings. As expected of the master of playing dirty, he had played a dangerous game that could have backfired. Messages were very easy to send, but Happy had forgotten this point. Good thing that Tyranny had come and caused a change in plans, otherwise who knew what would have happened. Chapter 11:15. What kind of lineup is this? Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Misty Rain and Royal Styles battle was approaching. It seemed like these two teams were preparing to fake their battle to paralyze Happy, then, once they were close enough, surround Happy and team up to attack them. But now that Ye Xiu saw their plan, the paralysis was broken. He obviously wasn't just going to wait for them to come. Except now, Happy was trapped in between 3 teams and was unable to do anything. If Ye Xiu were on Tyranny and saw Misty Rain and Royal Styles intent, he wouldn't hesitate to team up with them right here and ruthlessly destroy Happy in a 3v1 before anything else. What to do? Ye Xiu's mind worked rapidly. At the same time, he looked around to observe the situation, and suddenly realized that Tyranny, upon discovering a battle up ahead, looked like they were subtly trying to retreat, avoiding the battle first, then coming back to pick off whoever was left. That was too naive. They were already exposed to Happy. How could Happy let them peacefully stand to the side and watch? Trying to retreat now would only make them suffer what would have originally been Happy's fate, being crushed by the other 3 teams. Such a simple logic. How would Tyranny's old foxes be unable to see it? In that instant, one possibility flashed through Ye Xiu's mind. Had these guys still not discovered what the goal of the Ghost Lair dungeon was? Because if that were the case, Tyranny still didn't know what the teams were supposed to be doing in this dungeon. And so they acted the same as when they had first met up with Happy, preferring to be cautious and avoid conflict, because they still had no idea why they should be fighting. To this, Ye Xiu could only feel regret, even if it was a regret layered with elation. Luck was really a fickle thing. After obtaining a shard, the situation in the Ghost Lair was obvious. Happy, Wind Howl, Royal Style, and Misty Rain were all fighting for their lives, which showed that they all understood the point of this dungeon, and that they had all managed to obtain a shard. But Tyranny. It seemed like they still hadn't encountered a mini-boss and obtained a shard, so they still had no idea what was going on in this dungeon. Why are Misty Rain and Royal Style fighting? Ye Xiu didn't waste any time, acting dumb to gauge how much the Tyranny members actually knew. Of course, on their own side, Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Mo Fan didn't have experience in this sort of tactical competition, so they would probably be confused. Ye Xiu immediately sent a reminder in the team channel so that they wouldn't expose his act. Unclear. Tyranny's Zhang Xinji answered. There must be some special reason, Ye Xiu said. Obviously, Zhang Jiao said. Let's retreat first, move quickly, Ye Xiu called. Tyranny immediately retreated the way they came, which showed that this had been their intent all along. Ye Xiu let out a long breath. They were too lucky. Happy was now like Tyranny, a team that didn't know anything, and so together they could temporarily avoid conflict. 2 teams, 10 people together, they headed down the tunnel, putting some distance between them and the battle between Royal Style and Misty Rain. Let them fight first, and then Ye Xiu sent a few laughing emojis. Shameless, Zhang Jiao said. Dirty, Lin Jingyan said. You aren't going? Ye Xiu asked. Tyranny fell silent because there wasn't a good answer to that question. How could they not go? Up until now, they still hadn't figured out the goal of this dungeon, but Misty Rain and Royal Style's fight should give them the answer. But if they revealed this now, there would probably be negative consequences for them, so the best plan was to wait for the other teams to destroy each other and then go in. And so Tyranny avoided directly answering Ye Xiu's question. How come they seem to be getting closer? How are these 2 teams fighting? Lin Jingyan said, listening to the sounds of the battle. Did they discover us? Ye Xiu pretended to be shocked. In reality, he was very clear. The situation was like this exactly because those 2 teams hadn't discovered them here. Royal Style and Misty Rain received Fang Rui's message and knew that Happy was waiting somewhere for an opportunity, so they pretended to fight fiercely as they moved in this direction to surprise and block off Happy. But the 2 teams still hadn't found any sign of Happy. Was Fang Rui lying? Even though this guy liked to play dirty, there was no reason for him to lie to Misty Rain and Royal Style like this, so they were fairly certain that Fang Rui's information was correct. Then there was only one explanation. Happy had figured out their intentions and were avoiding them. This upset the 2 teams. Happy avoided them, but would they stay away forever? Knowing that these 2 teams would fight sooner or later, would they just hang around to wait for their chance? The 2 teams couldn't decide what to do, and there was no further instruction, so they could only continue their pretend fight. When they arrived at where Fang Rui had said Happy was hiding, the 2 teams saw that there was only one path Happy could have taken from there. The 2 teams decided that, without knowing Happy's whereabouts or status, they had no way of confidently fighting. But since the situation had already gotten to this point, there was no reason to continue the pretense, so the teams stopped their fighting and began to charge down the path. They stopped. The sounds of battle suddenly stopped, coming as a surprise to Tyranny. They finished fighting. They shouldn't have, Zhang Jiao said. Just then, there had been the sounds of all sorts of skills being used, so clearly there were a good number of players still alive. Was there some giant fire that wiped out all of the characters on one side? That didn't make any sense. They must have discovered us and decided to give chase, Ye Xiu said. Who ran so slowly that they saw us? Lin Jingyan said. Tyranny was still in the dark. Why are you still talking? What do we do? Continue to avoid them or, Ye Xiu said. We'll have to fight sooner or later, Tyranny's Captain Han Wenking said. They still didn't know the reason for battle, but seeing how Misty Rain and Royal Style were fighting, it seemed like it was an inevitable outcome. So, if they were going to fight anyway, then retreating certainly wasn't tyranny's style. Since it's come to this, then we'll go fight together, catch them while they're disorganized, Ye Xiu shouted. Upon hearing this, the tyranny members agreed. If they were going to fight, then take this chance and fight quickly. So the 10 characters turned around and began charging back the way they came. At this time, Royal Style and Misty Rain had chased them here, and the two sides met happy and Tyranny's spirits were fierce and bright, but Royal Style and Misty Rain's spirits were suddenly crushed. Oh no, it's a trap! The two teams thought this simultaneously. They had clearly been chasing only Happy here. Where did Tyranny suddenly come from? It was originally supposed to be a 10v5, which the two teams felt would be an easy fight, but now it had unexpectedly become a 10v10. They had also spent quite some energy putting on that show of a battle, but even disregarding that, just look at the opposing side's roster. Ye Xiu, Sima Cheng, Han Wenqing, Lin Jingyan, Zhang Jiao, Zhang Xinji. What kind of lineup was this? It was enough to make anyone cry. Royal Style and Misty Rain's lineups weren't weak among the professional teams, but in front of this intimidating list of names, they suddenly seemed pathetic. Could they fight this battle? The two teams were still in a shock because of this lineup, but Happy and Tyranny were already upon them, attacking without even a greeting. Su Macheng's dancing rain fired a stinger into the air, which exploded apart and rained down upon the players. To the left, Tang Ru's soft mist burst forward with a dragon breaks the ranks. To the right, Zhang Jiao's dazzling 100 blossoms covered a path with a display of light and shadows, into which Han Wenqing's desert dust disappeared. When he emerged again, it was with a ferocious tiger flurry sweeping right into the heart of the opponent's ranks. Happy and Tyranny's allied assault was too ferocious, too relentless, too powerful. Royal Style and Misty Rain originally thought they had the initiative when giving chase, but now they couldn't find their pace at all. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim had also charged into battle, but his eyes, instead of being fixed on his battle target, were continuously moving about, analyzing the field. Ye Xiu was confident that in this situation, where the opponents were on the defensive, it would be easier to see which characters held the shards. These players would be at the center of their team's adjustments. Soon enough, Ye Xiu saw the clues. Even though they had been caught by surprise, in the end these were professional teams, and there was order to their chaos. Misty Rain, for one, was trying to increase the distance between themselves and the others. The three sharpshooters and Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain were continuously retreating, and the crossfire pattern made by the three sharpshooters clearly served to protect one character, in particular Windy Rain. As for Royal Style, they didn't have such a sharp change in their battle pattern, but they continued to focus on protecting their healer Gentle Angel. The answer was right there. For Ye Xiu, these were crucial clues, but Tyranny. It was a shame that they still didn't know about the shards. From their perspective, Royal Style's protection of their healer was a perfectly normal action, and Misty Rain using their sharpshooters to cover Windy Rain also wasn't out of the ordinary. The sharpshooters had much better mobility than an elementalist, so this sort of retreat would of course involve the sharpshooters helping out the elementalist more. After Ye Xiu determined who held the shards, he immediately informed his team through the team channel, but he didn't make any adjustments to the battle strategy. They were currently teamed up with Tyranny, whose primary goal was to wipe out every opponent, so for now they could only pay closer attention to these two targets. Misty Rain, who lacked a healer, was currently in a much worse situation than Royal Style was. Additionally, in a chaotic 20-person battle, their long-range attackers didn't have enough space to maintain a safe distance and move around easily. Ye Xiu saw that they were trying to escape, and immediately ordered Happy to block their path of retreat, and at the same time loudly shouted at Tyranny, reminding them not to let the fish slip through the net. Upon hearing this, Misty Rain and Royal Style became angry. True, they weren't in a good situation right now, but up until now none of their characters had fallen. The battle was in a stalemate right now. It was far from the point where victory or defeat was apparent. Fish slipping through the net. What are you talking about? Who's the net and who's the fish? The dissatisfaction caused by Ye Xiu's words caused the fighting spirit of Misty Rain and Royal Style to suddenly spike. Multiple players suddenly started playing at a higher, fiercer level than before, suddenly stabilizing their positions. Can you shut up? Seeing this, Tyranny seethed. This trash talk, instead of crushing the opponent's spirits, served the opposite purpose. Misty Rain and Royal Style, in a disadvantageous position, had been hesitant with their attacks, but now that Ye Xiu said this, they were like fish fighting to the death to break free of the net. Because these two teams knew that Wen Hao was done for, and all that was left were the four teams right here. Might as well use this one battle to decide a winner once and for all. With this thought, the two teams began to counterattack, with each player experiencing a small surge in power. And as the battle rhythm shifted, the protection of their important characters inadvertently slipped, just the tiniest bit. Cloud grasping fist. At this moment, Ye Xiu sinisterly unleashed his ultimate move. The King's Avatar Chapter 1116 Chapter 1116 Complete Exploitation Translator Namyami Editor Namyami Cloud Grasping Fist. Lord Grimm's actions were sneaky to the extreme. He had made his way to Zhang Jile's dazzling 100 blossoms, borrowing the flashiness of his attacks as cover. Just looking at Ye Xiu's shameless sneakiness, Zhang Jile was sorely tempted to toss a grenade to send this guy straight into the midst of dazzling 100 blossoms attacks. Just kill him and be done with it. But then he remembered that they were supposed to be working together, and so he resisted the temptation. Ye Xiu noticed Royal Style's shift in tempo shifted and seized it, using the 100 blossom cover to launch a sneak attack. Royal Style was completely unprepared. As for Ye Xiu, it was actually quite tricky to accurately attack while under the cover of 100 blossoms light and shadows. This was a detail easily overlooked. Royal Style's Ren Junchai understood that the victor of this dungeon could be determined with this one battle, and so he was supporting his teammates with all his strength, assisting their counterattack. But all of a sudden, his character was moving forward out of his control. Ren Junchai was confused, but he suddenly realized what had happened. Oh shit! Ren Junchai only had time to give a shout to warn his teammates, but everyone's reactions were too slow. They could only watch, wide-eyed, as Ren Junchai's gentle angel was suddenly dragged from their sides, into the midst of dazzling 100 blossoms attack range. Save him! Tiansen immediately shouted, already waving the scythe in his hand and sending several lightning talismans flying in the direction Gentle Angel had been grabbed. Before he reached the enemy ranks, first use some attacks to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. But Ye Xiu was prepared. He directly pulled Gentle Angel out of the 100 blossom style cover, and with a fling Lord Grimm sent Gentle Angel farther away. Fuck! Zhang Jile cursed. Ye Xiu hadn't even warned him that he was going to do this. After flinging Gentle Angel, Ye Xiu just patted his butt and left. Meanwhile, Royal Style was still furiously trying to rescue their healer, and Zhang Jile's dazzling 100 blossoms was about to take the brunt of their fury. What's wrong with you? Zhang Jile yelled. You can take care of this. I believe in you. Ye Xiu replied as Lord Grimm quickly made his escape. Zhang Jile was helpless. He couldn't just retreat. Once Royal Style saw that their healer had been sent somewhere else, he would probably have to stop them. And the other members of Tyranny, upon seeing that Ye Xiu had captured Royal Style's healer, would of course have to cooperate to take out the healer. On Happy's side, Ye Xiu had already prepared for them to receive the healer even before he went to grab him. Once he threw the healer over there, a barrage of attacks fell upon the healer. Under this fierce assault, how long could a healer last? Royal Style's rescue team couldn't make it over in time, and Misty Rain's attack strategy relied on distance, so they didn't have the power to charge in. In the midst of chaotic battle, Gentle Angel fell. Tyranny's members were pleased, but none of them noticed that in the crowd of happy members around the fallen player, someone plucked an item from the ground beside Gentle Angel. Tyranny was in the dark, but Royal Style was clear on the situation. Right now, they had neither healer nor shard, and they suddenly unleashed the ferocity of a team that had nothing to lose. But Tyranny's experts were experienced with this sort of sudden shift in tempo, and this change didn't throw them off. They were temporarily beaten back by Royal Style, but soon enough they stabilized and counterattacked, defeating another Royal Style player, Su Huiliu's striker. Royal Style was being thoroughly routed, and Misty Rain faltered as well, as the pressure of the attacks on them increased. Their long-ranged attacks simply had no way of countering the explosive power of Happy and Tyranny. "It's time, charge," Ye Xiu ordered. This time, he wasn't mounting a sneak attack. Lord Grim was playing a direct attacker. Together with Tang Ru's soft mist, they launched an assault that would deal the death blow to Misty Rain. With Tyranny's attacks restricting their movements, Misty Rain no longer had enough room to maneuver. The long-range attackers couldn't do anything as Ye Xiu and Tang Ru's characters closed the distance. Their formation was instantly broken apart. "Beautiful. Working with you guys is great. You haven't let me down," Ye Xiu praised loudly. When Happy attacked, Tyranny's coordinated support had been the key to knocking down Misty Rain. Without them, it still would have been possible for Misty Rain to defend. "Shut up, will you?" Tyranny, of course, didn't need any of Ye Xiu's praise. "Keep working hard," Ye Xiu called. On Happy's side, their attacks were clearly targeting one character, Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain. After they had blown apart Misty Rain's formation, the other players were seemingly forgotten. But Chu Yunxiu wouldn't be going down that easily. With a teleport, the elementalist instantly escaped from Happy's attacks, traveling to a place where it'd be the most difficult for Happy to readjust their formation and continue attacking. But as soon as Windy Rain reappeared, a satellite beam fell from the sky. This was an attack made by correctly predicting the exact location at which Windy Rain would teleport to. Chu Yunxiu immediately realized she had fallen for the trap. Happy had known that she would try to teleport to escape, and they had purposely left that opening for her to jump to. And the launcher's extremely long range allowed her to instantly cover any corner of the battlefield. Caught by the satellite beam, Windy Rain couldn't move, and two shadows suddenly appeared by her right and left. Lord Grim and Deception, two shadow clones. Even though they couldn't travel as far as a teleport, it was an instant movement technique too, and there was no faster way to close the distance to an opponent. Afterwards, Windy Rain was grabbed by Lord Grim, and with another fling was sent to where Happy wanted. Misty Rain's three sharpshooters pounced on them in an attempt to save their captain. Li Hua directly used a shadow dance with his dark forest, acting like a whole army of troops to try and disrupt Happy. "Help, please," Ye Xiu shouted, of course not to Happy but to Tyranny. "You hold your position, throw Windy Rain over here," Tyranny answered. This sentence was really a lucky hit. Tyranny, of course, didn't know about the shard held by Windy Rain, but in the current situation, sending Windy Rain over to their side was just one logical option. After all, even though the teams were allied, they could still take damage from each other, so executing a combined attack would require extremely careful coordination. For example, when Ye Xiu's Lord Grim had stolen away Gentle Angel, he had to hide behind the 100 Blossoms display, unlike the Tyranny members who could dive directly into the lights and shadows. As soon as Tyranny proposed this plan, they prepared to receive the target, but when they looked over, they saw that Lord Grim and Steamed Bun Invasion were still fiercely engaging in battle with Windy Rain. Besides these two characters, the others didn't have fling. It seemed that tossing a character over wasn't very convenient for Happy. There was no other option. Tyranny had to change their plans. It was just a small thing, not enough to pose any difficulty for them. To supplement Happy's attacks without disrupting their rhythm, that was something they could do. Under Happy and Tyranny's partnership, the situation stabilized. Windy Rain was caught in between the two teams, and her health bar was plummeting. The three sharpshooters and the ninja persevered in their attacks, and Ye Xiu coordinated with them as she fought back, but in the end they still were unable to rescue her. No solution. After fighting to this extent, both Misty Rain and Royal Style wanted to retreat. If they continued fighting, they would all die here and that would be the end. But if they retreated now and preserved their health, there would still be a bit of hope left. Both teams wanted to withdraw for now, but now Tyranny was making things difficult. They still didn't know about the shards, so they just wanted to wipe out the two teams entirely. Although they were currently partnered with Happy to crush their opponents, they were still calculating their chances as they compared the states of their two teams. Tyranny had a healer, while Happy didn't. Although Tyranny had supported Happy in their attacks, Zhang Xinji hadn't let a single heal fall upon any of Happy's members, even though there was nothing in the system stopping him from doing so. After fighting Misty Rain and Royal Style, Tyranny and Happy would inevitably turn on each other. But one side had a healer while the other didn't, which alone was enough to tip the scales. After defeating those two teams, Tyranny was prepared to seize this opportunity to take care of Happy as well. Tyranny's ultimate goal was the total annihilation of all three other teams, a much more ambitious goal than the others. Royal Style and Misty Rain wanted to retreat now, but Tyranny wasn't about to let that happen. They would bite down hard and not let go. So they caught Royal Style, but there was a hole in Happy's trap for Misty Rain. Just as they killed Windy Rain, the other four members chose to retreat. "Where are you running?" Ye Xiu yelled. "Give chase." As he spoke, he led Happy to furiously pursue the retreating team. "This guy did that on purpose, didn't he?" Seeing this, Tyranny's players began to discuss among themselves. "It's clear he's defending against us," Zhang Xinji sighed. He hadn't given Happy's side a single heal. Looking back, that must have made their intent too obvious. "That guy's just too sneaky." Zhang Jiao shook his head. "I say, Happy's already gotten away with all of the shards. Why are you guys still being so kind to them?" Royal Style's three players couldn't last much longer. Once they saw that Misty Rain's members had run, and Tyranny was still attacking them, they were helpless. Tiansen had no idea that Tyranny still didn't know about the shards. He thought that Tyranny was trying to shake a shard out of these three players. But the issue was, their team's shard had already been dropped by Gentle Angel. Thinking about how Tyranny was wasting their time but was in such a relaxed mood, Tiansen couldn't resist any longer and exposed the truth. "Shards? What shards?" After Tyranny's five heard this, they were startled. "Fuck, no way," Tiansen was shocked. These Tyranny brothers still didn't know what was going on. Tiansen quickly explained the situation in the dungeon. Once Tyranny heard this, of course they understood what had happened. They had been duped by Happy. "Hurry and give chase," Han Wenking ordered, and Tyranny turned their Fire the King's Avatar Chapter 11 1711 18 Chapter 11 17 Catching Dark Forest Translator Namyumi Editor Namyumi, hurry and give chase, Han Wenking ordered. Royal Style's three players let out a breath, for it seemed like they were saved. They could wait for Tyranny and Happy to fight it out, and maybe it'd be another devastating battle, providing them with an opportunity. But soon enough, the three realized that they had misunderstood. The hurry in Tyranny's statement included killing them. Then again, it made sense. Tiansen admitted that their shard had already been stolen by Happy, but Tyranny had no way of verifying that this was the truth unless they killed all three of them to see if any of them were still holding a shard. They had already been fighting for so long that it wouldn't take very long for them to kill 3 players. Royal Style thought that they could relax but ended up being the first victims of tyranny's rage at Happy. Tian Sen was helpless. Chen Wan was helpless. He Weitang was helpless. The 3 players fell and Royal Style was officially wiped out. Tian Sen had been telling the truth when he said that they didn't have a shard. Their shard was indeed on Gentle Angel, who had dropped it to Happy. To this, Tyranny was somewhat regretful, but they weren't annoyed. Royal Style had already been beaten down, but letting them go free would definitely have come back to bite them. Killing them now prevented that possibility from happening in the future. Now, it was time to chase after Happy. Happy had claimed they were going to kill Misty Rain, but Tyranny now knew that it was just as likely they had just used the opportunity to escape. Although they didn't know who on Misty Rain held the shard, just from looking at Happy's attack pattern, they were able to guess that Windy Rain had held it. Now that Happy had their shard as well, would they continue to cause trouble for Misty Rain? Happy wouldn't, but on the other hand, Misty Rain probably wouldn't just let Happy go. Misty Rain couldn't fight against the Tyranny-Happy alliance, but if it were just Happy, Misty Rain had a better chance. Just because they lost a player didn't mean that they couldn't fight. If that were true, then they might as well just withdraw from the game altogether. Tyranny had been duped, but that was only because they lacked information. Once they understood how the event worked, the logic was as simple as 1 + 1. After taking care of Royal Style, they would chase in the direction that Happy and Misty Rain had fled. They would hope that these 2 would fight bitterly, leaving a chance for them to defeat them and take the shards. Tyranny's thought process was entirely logical. Misty Rain ran, Happy pursued. After Misty Rain discovered that Happy was the only team chasing them, they suddenly changed their course of thought. Happy had taken quite a bit of damage when killing Gentle Angel and Windy Rain. It was the same situation as when they had killed Tang Hao's Demon Subduer. It was unfortunate that Misty Rain didn't have a healer, so it was very difficult to recover health during battle. Happy didn't either, but they had Ye Xiu's Lord Grim, who could serve as a healer in a pinch. It would be more disadvantageous for Misty Rain to drag this out longer. So Misty Rain suddenly stopped running. They turned and began charging back the way they had come, but this didn't catch Happy by surprise. They entered battle mode smoothly. Attack Dark Forest. Ye Xiu had already issued orders in the team channel, so Happy's 5 members focused all of their attacks onto Dark Forest without holding back. They figured it out. Seeing how he was clearly singled out as the target of attack, Li Hua's heart beat faster. Yes, Ye Xiu had figured it out. On Misty Rain's side, Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain hadn't been the only player with a shard. Li Hua's Dark Forest held one as well. Misty Rain had already obtained 2 shards, which also explained why Tyranny had been unable to find one. There were only 5 shards, and they were all claimed by 4 teams. How could there be any left over for Tyranny? Dark Forest had a shard. Ye Xiu couldn't be 100% certain, of course, but after careful evaluation of battle, he made this judgment, and now it was time to test his theory. Dragon breaks the ranks. Soft Mist was the fastest, separating from the others as she launched her attack. Li Hua frantically controlled Dark Forest to dodge, but unexpectedly, the target of Soft Mist's attack wasn't himself. She traveled right past him with her attack, landing in the midst of the 3 sharpshooters. Happy was focusing their attacks on Dark Forest, but they couldn't ignore the 3 sharpshooters completely. They still had to give them the necessary attention to stop them. Steamed Bun accompanied Soft Mist on her path of attack. Although Tang Ru's forcefulness and Steamed Bun's strangeness weren't enough to directly take down the 3 sharpshooters, the chaos they caused was definitely too much for the sharpshooters to quickly break free. While the 2 happy players kept the sharpshooters busy, Ye Xiu, Su Ma Cheng, and Mo Fan surrounded and prepared to take down Dark Forest. Ninjas specialized in assassinations and sneak attacks, so they were normally relatively difficult to catch. But it was a shame, for Happy also had a ninja on their side. Mo Fan's technique might not be as polished as Ye Xiu's, but his scrap-picking experience made him particularly skilled in several areas. For example, when tracking a target, not only was he incredibly patient, he was able to focus all of his attention, make good decisions, and maintain precise control of his actions. Tracking someone while scrap-picking required picking them out from the midst of a chaotic crowd. Right now, however, it was just one opponent to track, and this was an incredibly simple task for Mo Fan. Ye Xiu was the #1 ninja in glory, so he quickly sensed Mo Fan's skill and didn't underestimate him just because he was a rookie. And then there were the other two opponents, Ye Xiu and Sima Cheng, the most highly skilled partners in glory. Ye Xiu didn't dare take them lightly. He wanted to withdraw. This was perhaps the greatest criticism the glory world had toward Team Misty Rain. When facing difficult situations, they didn't have the fierce spirit to keep pushing. They would always reveal a thread of weakness. This had become an iconic characteristic of their team. Ninjas had many escape techniques, and as the #1 ninja, Ye Xiu's skill in this area was unquestionable. Immediately, Dark Forest tossed a smoke bomb, releasing a thick cloud of purple smoke everywhere. Dark Forest vanished in its midst, but he wasn't finished yet. The opponent could no longer direct catch him, but Ye Xiu didn't rely on his own movements to change coordinates and escape. Instead, using the smoke cover, he simply used a shadow clone technique, hiding his false body in the smoke, while his real body was also in a cloud of purple smoke. Ye Xiu wanted to cry. This cloud of purple smoke wasn't his. This was the smoke from a smoke bomb dropped by deception. Ye Xiu couldn't tell where it was dropped. He only knew that he was swallowed within. Originally intended as a technique for escape, this time it was used as a technique to prevent the opponent's escape. Right now, Ye Xiu had no idea what his surroundings were, and he didn't dare to randomly move around. What if he took 2 steps out and fell right into Lord Grimm's arms? However, this was also only temporary. As the #1 ninja, after the smoke bomb finished exploding, Ye Xiu was able to judge from the smoke's thickness where exactly the bomb had been placed. From that, he knew which direction would be the fastest way to travel out of the cloud of smoke. But this could all too easily be a trap. Taking the shortest path, Ye Xiu felt that he was bound to be caught by Happy. Walk in the opposite direction then. But what if it was reverse psychology? Fine. There were more than 2 directions, so he would take neither the shortest nor the longest. But instead a direction chosen at random. Happy couldn't predict randomness, could they? Indeed, Happy had no way of predicting a randomly chosen path. After Deception tossed the smoke bomb, they surrounded the cloud entirely, the 5 characters forming a circle. No matter where Dark Forest exited, they could immediately attack him. Although it wouldn't be enough firepower to directly kill him, it would at least prevent his escape. So when Dark Forest finally emerged from the smoke, a sword was already flashing toward him. Your defense isn't enough. This was Ye Xiu's immediate judgment. If he was only being attacked from one angle, even if it were Ye Xiu, he believed that he could escape. Unfortunately, just as the sword was about to land, Ye Xiu heard an explosion above him. Lifting his head, he saw a stinger explode in the air, sending countless bits of shrapnel raining down towards him. Dancing rain. Sima Cheng. Sima Cheng, of course, was not the only launcher in the alliance, but she was absolutely the best at executing this type of supportive attack. Her timing and control were outstanding, resulting in this surprise effect. Sima Cheng was a true expert of restriction. She restricted not just the actions of one player in particular, but the entire battlefield. Her playstyle took full advantage of the launcher's excellent range. If the player's skill wasn't up to par, then even if the playstyle were the same, the demonstrated power and efficacy would of course differ. Sima Cheng was the #1 in glory at this screen cannon style. Excellent Era had been relegated this year, and the Pro Alliance had almost forgotten the power of this screen cannon. In fact, shortly after Ye Xiu retired, it seemed as though Sima Cheng had weakened greatly. Those who didn't understand thought that Ye Xiu's retirement had affected Sima Cheng's state of mind, but those who understood knew that this restriction style, meant as a coordination with one's teammates, also in turn required the teammates to coordinate with the restriction, seizing the opportunity to kill. Sima Cheng could coordinate with her teammates, but the return coordination she received was lacking. Because of this, it naturally seemed as though her power was lacking. This sort of perfect partnership and coordination, how long had it been since they'd seen this? Li Hua didn't have time to consider this question, because he was about to be played to death by this partnership. The partnership between one close and one far successfully immobilized him, and a second later, Mo Fan's deception arrived as well. In a 1v3 situation, Li Hua couldn't find an escape route, and it wasn't Misty Rain's habit to explode with power in the face of struggle. The 3 sharpshooters tried to help, but Happy already had Li Hua firmly under their control and didn't mind suffering some damage. Kill. At this moment, Tang Ru and Steamed Bun both turned their attacks on Dark Forest as well. Misty Rain lacked a healer, and ninjas weren't a durable class, and there was no escape route, and there was no way to pull off a sudden explosive turnaround. At last, Dark Forest fell, and as Ye Xiu predicted, he dropped a shard. Retreat. Happy had obtained all 5 shards, so they had no reason to continue fighting with Misty Rain's 3 remaining sharpshooters. Ye Xiu immediately directed his team to withdraw. Chapter 11:18. Split Up Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami Happy wanted to run. That was their current goal, but Misty Rain still had 3 players left and they weren't easy to escape from. Fortunately, there was a bit of internal conflict going on outside the game between the 3 remaining Misty Rain players. Lu Yining had been crowned Season 8's best 6th player. He was a very dependable player, but right now, his position in Misty Rain was somewhat awkward. He was likely to leave this summer, and the ones to push him into this situation were Shu Qi and Shu Kexin, the 2 sisters. It wasn't possible for Lu Yining to not have any opinions about this matter. Not only were Shu Qi and Shi Kexin new rookies, they were also quite arrogant. It could be said that Lu Yining didn't have any good feelings towards them. At the moment, Misty Rain was fighting to improve their team's hardware. Lu Yining was about to leave. His participation in this event had been forced to begin with. He just didn't want his emotions to ruin his reputation. Misty Rain was in a difficult situation right now, but hoping for Lu Yining to cooperate with Shu Qi and Shu Kexin to turn this situation around was quite optimistic. When Happy retreated, Shu Qi and Shu Kexin tried their best, shooting at them as they chased. For these sisters, a defeat in this dungeon and to Happy at that felt like déjà vu. In last year's Christmas event, the 2 sisters had planned on using the leaderboards to make a name for themselves. Unfortunately, they were defeated by Ye Xiu multiple times in succession. In the end, even though they had been noticed by the pro scene, the results didn't meet their expectations. This time they had come out to strengthen their team. Misty Rain's luck was quite good. They encountered 2 minibosses and obtained 2 shards, making them the team in the lead. However, they were once again thwarted by Happy. They only had 3 players right now. Besides Happy, there was also a powerful opponent like Tyranny glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. The 2 sisters had been a part of pro scene for half a year now. They knew how powerful the pro teams were and no longer had the naive confidence in thinking that they could challenge Tyranny by themselves. They didn't have any confidence in challenging Happy either, but they couldn't swallow their anger. They had to at least try. Bullets flew. The two sharpshooters fired their guns as they chased after Happy. Lu Yining was in no mood to fight, but he had to at least show a bit of effort. As a result, he also shot at Happy as he ran, but he clearly wasn't being very diligent about it. The two sisters quickly noticed his listless attacks. "Can't you try harder?" Shu Qi expressed her dissatisfaction. "HMPH." Lu Yining replied with his nose. Sure enough, he tried harder. He tried even harder to sandbag. The two sisters saw this. He was deliberately opposing them. There was nothing they could do, though. They had heard the rumors going around in their club and knew Lu Yining definitely didn't have any favorable opinions towards them. The two were helpless. They hadn't specifically joined Misty Rain to kick Lu Yining from his position. Everyone played the same class, so it would be hard to avoid competition between them. Someone's spot had to be taken, so someone would naturally have to leave. The two sisters felt like Lu Yining's dislike for them was unprofessional. The two obviously weren't going to compromise. With their personalities, it would only serve to make them work even harder to let the team know that they had made the correct decision. Shu Qi complained to Lu Yining, but all it did was make that guy respond even more negatively, so she stopped talking. "Ignore him. We'll do it ourselves." The two sisters abandoned Lu Yining and attacked Happy even more fiercely. As for Happy under Ye Xiu's lead, they continued to run while constantly harassing Misty Rain's players. For them, Misty Rain was no longer a threat. Their only threat was the biggest threat in this dungeon, Team Tyranny, who were probably going after them right now. Tyranny's misfortune had been Happy's fortune. Because of their good luck, they were able to avoid fighting their biggest threat. Their luck was gone now, though. Tyranny must have figured it out by now. Even if they didn't, after beating Royal Style, Tyranny would still chase after them. So they couldn't stop. They had to keep running. As for Misty Rain at the rear, Ye Xiu didn't care about them at all because they weren't running from Misty Rain in the first place. Misty Rain just had to have 3 sharpshooters, though. It was very annoying. The sounds of their gunfire echoed in this underground cavern. If Tyranny wanted to chase after them, they could do so just by following the sound of gunfire. In the end, Happy had to guard against only Tyranny. Thus, as Happy ran, Ye Xiu took any opportunities that came up to counterattack. If these 3 tails could be removed, then it'd be best to remove them. However, the Shu sisters weren't stupid. They realized the crux of the issue. The two had a much clearer understanding of their skill now. Trying to steal the shards with just the 2 of them would be like trying to steal the sky. In this situation, they needed to rely on Tyranny's help and fish in troubled waters. Happy was running away as fast as possible, not because of their fear for the 2 sisters and that cheerleader, but because of their fear for Tyranny. The more scared their opponent was of something, the more they needed to help that something. The sisters immediately adjusted their plans. They stopped chasing Happy as closely as before and started being more on the defensive. However, they weren't going to let Happy escape from them either. Ye Xiu immediately saw through this change. As a result, he promptly made a decision. "Steamed Bun and I will stay. You 3 go find the Ghost King. Hurry." Team Happy split up. Su Macheng led Tang Ru and Mo Fan along with the 5 shards to figure out how to find the Ghost King. Ye Xiu and Steamed Bun stayed behind to block off the passage. Fortunately, the underground passage was narrow, which made sealing it off that much easier. Ye Xiu and Steamed Bun took the initiative to attack the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters were surprised. They clearly hadn't expected Happy to split up. Even though their side had 3 players, this underground passage was narrow, making it very difficult for anyone to circle around them. What's more, Lu Yining was still being very uncooperative with them. The 2 sisters had almost forgotten that their side had 3 people. "Steamed Bun, you take the left. I'll take the right," Ye Xiu instructed. With his sinister eyes, he had noticed that Lu Yining was intentionally sandbagging. Even if Team Misty Rain frequently dropped the ball in tense situations, it wasn't so bad that anyone would sandbag. Ye Xiu thought about it and guessed that it was probably unrelated to in-game matters and rather some sort of conflict in the team. As a result, Ye Xiu didn't pay much attention to Lu Yining. Their priorities should be the two sisters. The synergy between those two sisters was quite impressive. There were even people in the scene that predicted these two sisters to be Glory's future best partners. Truthfully speaking, Ye Xiu agreed with this view too. Steamed Bun followed orders. He immediately charged out while also chatting with Ye Xiu. Their names seem very familiar. They should feel familiar to you, Ye Xiu said. Really? Bro, have we met before? Steamed Bun asked excitedly as he charged towards his opponent Shu Kexin's None Dare Attack. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were two male characters. The two sisters had never attempted to hide their genders. Who would have thought that Steamed Bun would forget about them so cleanly? His impression of the two of them were practically zero. Shu Kexin completely ignored Steamed Bun and attacked him fiercely. Steamed Bun might be talking, but his playing wasn't weak. Steamed Bun Invasion twisted and turned. He dodged two shots and suddenly attacked with a powerful knee strike, striking at None Dare Attack. Ye Xiu wasn't slow either. Lord Grimm had started attacking from afar using his umbrella's gun form. Mid-range and close-range skills poured out endlessly. Shu Qi's situation was clearly more difficult than Shu Kexin's. In these consecutive intense battles without any healers, potions were Misty Rain's only way to heal. But better potions had longer cooldowns. In a pro-level confrontation, relying on potions wasn't reliable. Misty Rain's three players didn't have much health left, and Ye Xiu and Steamed Bun were no longer escaping and instead attacking them proactively. Happy had a cheerleader healer Lord Grimm, so their situation was slightly better. In this battle, Happy had the advantage. Lu Yining had to face an opponent now, and he responded relatively seriously. It was just that their situation wasn't good. He wasn't able to turn the situation around. As he fought and fought, he concluded that it was impossible to win, so he turned around and ran. However, he still gave out a warning and shouted, "I'm retreating." This was clearly a formality. He wasn't being targeted, so if he wanted to retreat, he could just retreat. But those two sisters had their throats gripped by Ye Xiu and Steamed Bun and were being beaten up. Lu Yining quickly retreated, not even attempting to help protect his teammates. The two sisters nearly died from anger, but they weren't the types to blame the gods and accuse others. The two tried hard, struggling to break free from their opponent's attacks. In the end, Steamed Bun wasn't always the most reliable. He messed up and Shu Kexin's None Dare Attack escaped. But unfortunately for Shu Qi, trying to escape from Ye Xiu and trying to escape from Steamed Bun were two entirely different matters. Shu Kexin obviously wasn't Lu Yining, who ran away on his own. After escaping from Steamed Bun's clutches, she tried to save her sister. But Shu Qi, who was fighting Lord Grimm, knew better how difficult it would be and decisively rejected it. "Forget about me. Run away first and look for an opportunity later." Even though the two were sisters, they neatly broke away. There was none of that cheesy drama like, "If you're going to die, I'll die with you." After hearing her sister's opinion, she didn't hesitate to turn and run. Ye Xiu obviously wasn't going to let Lower Your Head go and killed her. Yeah, Steamed Bun let None Dare Attack go accidentally. He felt very ashamed and wanted to redeem himself. "Recover first." Ye Xiu yelled for him to stop. Lu Yining escaped. Shu Kexin escaped. But she didn't go find Lu Yining. She wasn't placing any hopes on this guy no matter what. The two characters ran one behind the other. They kept on running around randomly. They turned around and saw that Lord Grimm and Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't chasing after them, but there were people ahead of them. Tyranny's 5 had finally arrived. Lu Yining was running at the front. Before he could greet them, he heard someone from Tyranny say with a voice filled with gratitude, "Over here," and then he was killed. Tyranny was a very decisive team. The King's Avatar Chapter 11 19 11 20 Chapter 11 19. Catch-up translator. Namyami editor. Namyami Misty Rains too might have ran, but they had been counting on coming back when tyranny and happy erupted in conflict so that they could mop up the remains. Unfortunately, they had met tyranny head-on as they turned. There hadn't even been a greeting before Lu Yining's something to hide was wiped out. Xu Kexing's none dare attack had been slower, allowing her to live for marginally longer. Seeing the five from tyranny lunge predatorily, Xu Kexing felt that being over there with Ye Xiu and steamed bun was probably better. Neither of them have any, tyranny lamented. They had killed another two, but the ground was still clear of items. They had already asked Royal Style about how this dungeon worked. Even though Royal Style had been wiped out by tyranny, everyone was a pro player. If they couldn't accept one loss, then everyone in the alliance would be sworn enemies with each other. Pro players were able to distinguish between on-field and off-field situations. Thus, after tyranny wiped out Royal Style and turned to ask them about Ghost Lair's situation, Royal Style didn't hide anything and told them all they knew. The list of online characters made things even clearer. Wind Howl and Royal Style had all been kicked from the competition and had left the dungeon. Misty Rain's members were still alive, but could they still succeed in this dungeon? Tyranny had swiftly ran in the direction that Misty Rain and Happy had gone, soon hearing the sounds of gunshots and following them. That was when they saw something to hide and none dare attack running towards them. Tyranny didn't show many mercy, crushing them at once. If they let them live, it would just come back to bite them. Tyranny wouldn't back down at all even if it was Happy in front of them. Having dealt with the two, Tyranny continued to advance. They hadn't gone far before they saw Lord Grimm and Steamed Bun Invasion sitting in the tunnel ahead eating bread and drinking juice. Someone's here. Seeing Tyranny, Steamed Bun immediately jumped up off the ground. Stay calm, we can recover a little more health and mana. Ye Xiu was much more nonchalant, allowing Lord Grimm to continue eating, his health and mana continuing to rise. Steamed Bun had always listened to his boss, and hastily had Steamed Bun Invasion take out food to continue eating. Seeing the two like this, Tyranny slowed their steps. There was a fork in the road further ahead. Were the other three members of Happy waiting there in ambush? Tyranny had gone through battle after battle, hurrying over in pursuit after defeating Royal Style. They hadn't the time to sit down and use food to recover their health and mana like Ye Xiu and Steamed Bun, so they weren't in an optimal state. Seeing that Happy seemed to be plotting something, they might not be scared, but they kept their guards up as they began to move themselves into more tactical positions. Zhang Giles' dazzling 100 Blossoms was a ranged fighter. Seeing how Ye Xiu noticed but ignored their approach, continuing to recover health and mana, he couldn't let this go on and shot at them. Lord Grimm immediately got up and dodged, and his recovery process was interrupted. Zhang Giles' skills continued to fly over, using his 100 Blossom style to pave a way for Tyranny's charge. Ye Xiu didn't dawdle either, getting Steamed Bun to follow him as he turned and ran. Tyranny couldn't afford to be slow. Regardless of the possibility of an ambush, they had to press forward. But that was when they saw Lord Grimm and Steamed Bun Invasion suddenly split up at the fork in the road, one swerving left, the other swerving right. Tyranny's players weren't sure how to react. They hastily led their characters to the fork in the road and took a look. There was a left path and a right path with one figure running down each. As for the other three members of Happy, who knows where they were? Tyranny had already gained an idea of what Happy was planning. They had split up, Ye Xiu and Steamed Bun blocking Misty Rain's way and getting the other three to go ahead. So, something as important as the shards would definitely be with the other three. However, Ye Xiu and Steamed Bun had split up as well. Left or right, which would lead them to the other three? Logically speaking, Ye Xiu was the core of their team, so Steamed Bun was more likely to be bait. However, on the other hand, Ye Xiu might have made himself bait because he was the core of the team. but then thinking from another direction. Stop. This sort of reverse thinking would never end. With Ye Xiu's schemes, it could be either. Thus, there was no way to solve this problem with logic. They just had to chance it. It was a 50% chance. Let's pursue Ye Xiu, Zhang Jiao suggested. He had voiced what everyone had been thinking. In that moment, their thoughts had converged. Wait, Zhang Xinji suddenly spoke up. If this is what we're thinking, then Ye Xiu might be using this to lure us away. So we chase steamed bun invasion, Lin Jingyan asked. So we're going to start guessing how far he's planned ahead again, Zhang Jiao said. Zhang Xinji paused. True, hadn't they just decided to not try and guess Ye Xiu's line of thought? But how come they felt like their thought process would be used upon coming to a decision? Let's go after Ye Xiu. In this crucial moment, it was Captain Han Wenqing who stepped forth. What if we're wrong? Lin Jingyan asked. Then at least we can vent by beating him up, Han Wenqing replied. Immediately, everyone perked up. This reason was a great boost to their morale. Han Wenqing was a truly talented captain, able to boost everyone's morale with just a single sentence. The five immediately swerved left in pursuit. Their hesitation had cost them, but it was a good thing that Han Wenqing was able to settle things quickly. The five of them could, at least, still see Lord Grimm's figure. This guy occasionally turned to use aerial fire to propel himself backwards as he ran, clearly keeping an eye on what was behind him. Since Tyranny wanted to catch him, they wouldn't just race him. They were pro players. If they relied solely on their movement speed to catch someone, then that was just competing with their equipment. A pro-level pursuit would involve skills as well, either to increase their movement speed or to use attacks to hinder their target. In Tyranny's formation, there were two ranged attackers. Zhang Jiao's Spurfire and Qin Mayan's Sharpshooter naturally carried the task of hindering Lord Grimm's movement. The two raised their guns and shot, different skills speeding forth. Lord Grimm was forced to continuously dodge as he ran, and this naturally impacted his movement speed. After all, he wasn't faced with normal players anymore but pro players, including an experienced god like Zhang Jiao. As Zhang Jiao and Qin Mayan's gunners shot and ran, Han Wenqing and Lin Jingyan's two fighters raised their speed and charged. Lin Jingyan could play dirty, but when it was required and when it was time to go all out, he wouldn't hesitate either. Brawler Dark Thunder directly activated a powerful knee strike, flying forwards. Skills that involved lunging or jumping forth like this moved much faster than normal sprinting. Han Wenqing's Desert Dust had also activated Cloud Body, his character bounding forwards rapidly with buff speed. Ye Xiu might be a god, but his current opponents weren't normal players. It didn't take long for Han Wenqing and Lin Jingyan to catch up under Zhang Jiao and Qin Mayan's control. Against this old opponent, Han Wenqing was merciless. He didn't wait for his character to completely catch up before activating a high-level skill. With a soaring tiger, Desert Dust lunged at Lord Grimm feet first. High-level skills like this that came out of the blue were easy to dodge for pro players, but Ye Xiu knew that under Han Wenqing's control, Soaring Tiger was a move that could vary in many ways. He would have to be extremely careful when dodging. However, there was also Lin Jingyan to consider, and the combination of the two could end up trapping Lord Grimm completely with one strike. Thus, against this high-level skill, Ye Xiu didn't bother dodging. Clang! The sounds of their clash rang out. Ye Xiu might not have dodged, but he wouldn't just take the skill head-on. Lord Grimm brought up a sword horizontally as he was about to be struck, blocking the blow with a blade master's guard. The damage had been greatly reduced, and Soaring Tiger's knockdown effect was neutralized. However, Lord Grimm was still kicked back. Ye Xiu used this momentum to go into a roll. Meanwhile, Desert Dust had been thrown up even higher by this kick, and came crashing back down at Lord Grimm with a 1,000-ton drop. 1,000-ton drop was a skill with super armor. Even a powerful skill like Dragon Breaks, the ranks wouldn't be able to knock this attack away. At most, the two sides would neutralize each other and both would take damage. In addition, normal super armor was able to neutralize most attack effects, but had a weakness to grabs. Grabs could break super armor. However, 1,000-ton drop was an exception. The super armor given by this skill couldn't even be broken by a grab, and grabs would be neutralized. The only kind of skill that could be used to break the super armor from this skill were skills that specialized in breaking super armor. For example, the brawlers inject poison. Unfortunately, Lord Grimm didn't know any of these kinds of skills. Even though he had access to all the low-level skills of all the classes, low-level skills were for beginners that allowed players to experience the style of the class, but they wouldn't go too deep into things. Most of the contents of that class would be accessible after classing. Thus, Lord Grimm had never learned any skills geared towards breaking super armor. Faced with 1,000-ton drop, he didn't have any way to counter it, so he could only avoid it. Thus, Lord Grimm used Charge. He dodged and took the initiative to attack at the same time, faced with Tyranny's entire team while alone, no less. Ye Xiu's choice of action was completely unexpected for all 5 members of Tyranny. Lin Jingyan wasn't prepared at all, and the charge had been directed at him, throwing him out at once. However, Lin Jingyan was no punching bag. As he was knocked away, he also used Sand Toss. Ye Xiu hastily turned his view. Lord Grimm's head turned and dodged the blinding effect of the Sand Toss. However, a grenade from dazzling 100 blossoms then arrived in front of him. It was quite a ways away, having completely missed. But Ye Xiu knew that this grenade wasn't used to deal damage. It was a bloody flash bomb that inflicted blind. "Have you all no shame?" The flash bomb went off under Ye Xiu's accusing yell. Although being on a team meant that you wouldn't be inflicted with effects like this, the moment the flash bomb went off, the flash filled their screens with white light and they could barely see. But when their vision returned, they were met with the sight of Lord Grimm holding the myriad manifestations umbrella open and blocking his own view with it. Sand Toss from behind and flash bomb in front, but he hadn't been blinded at all. "Have you no shame?" Zhang Jiao bellowed in anger. Chapter 1120. Switching Accounts Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami using the myriad manifestation umbrella. Ye Xiu dodged this seemingly unbreakable blind, but he was still surrounded. Although Lin Jingyan's Dark Thunder had been sent flying by Lord Grimm's heroic charge, Han Wenking's Desert Dust had already landed heavily on the ground, directly charging toward him with a ferocious Tiger Flurry. Another direct powerful attack. A 1v1 would be a rough battle, but Han Wenking wasn't fighting by himself right now. Although he himself hadn't done any setup for this powerful attack, he had his teammates. Lin Jingyan and Zhang Jiao's blinding partnership hadn't succeeded, but when he used the myriad manifestation umbrella to block the flash, he also blocked his own line of sight. By the time he could close the umbrella again, Desert Dust's fists were already waving before him. Ferocious Tiger Flurry, a level 70 attack. It was a skill that could be controlled after activation. Users of different skill levels could affect the power of this attack. Han Wenking's skill as a striker didn't need to be mentioned, and the Ferocious Tiger Flurry was exactly the kind of powerful attack he preferred with his playstyle. Ordinary controls had no way of keeping up with the rapid flurry of punches and kicks from this skill. It was impossible to continuously dodge all of them. The only possibility was to escape out of the attack range, but this was also difficult, because Ferocious Tiger Flurry was simply too fast. Lord Grimm closed his umbrella. The fist was in front of him. It seemed that Ye Xiu had no way of countering. Lord Grimm was hit. Lord Grimm was instantly sent flying backwards, but Han Wenking immediately knew that something was wrong. Ferocious Tiger Flurry was a series of attacks in succession. What was the point if the opponent was sent flying after the first punch? Lord Grimm was sent so far backwards partly because of Ye Xiu's own controls. He borrowed the power of this punch to put some distance between himself and his opponents. It was too naive to think that Ye Xiu had no way of reacting to this attack. But it was also too naive to think that he could completely dodge ferocious tiger flurry with that. Desert Dust leapt forward and instantly closed the gap between himself and Lord Grimm. The punches and kicks still flew toward his body, ready to kill. Hit. In one punch, Lord Grimm was blasted to pieces. But was Lord Grimm that fragile? Of course not. It was shadow clone technique. In that split second during which he pulled away, Ye Xiu sped through the motions and completed the skill. The false body was left behind, while Lord Grimm's real body flashed away. Fighting against the entirety of tyranny by himself. Ye Xiu wasn't that silly. No matter what, his goal was to run, and he was trying every method he could. He had no chance of winning, not unless the power went out at tyranny and everyone went offline at once. Unfortunately, running away wouldn't be easy. Space was limited in this underground dungeon, unlike the open-air spaces where he could run and hide in any direction. Right now, there was rock surrounding him, as though trapping the fleeing Ye Xiu in a cage. It wasn't long before tyranny caught up to him again with their long-range, coordinated attacking strategy. You don't drop your equipment in this dungeon, right? Ye Xiu was already thinking about what would come next. Judging from previous battles, aside from shards, players didn't drop anything else. Given the drop rates in the heavenly domain, this outcome was very improbable unless it were true that no items could be dropped in this dungeon. You'll know once you die. Tyranny wouldn't be merciful to Ye Xiu just because of this worthy. This time, their encirclement was more complete than before. Even the cleric Immovable Rock, who didn't have much battle power, was a blocking presence that limited the paths available to Ye Xiu. Tyranny accounted for all possible locations that Ye Xiu could teleport to with his shadow clone technique. Okay, I surrender, said Ye Xiu. So what? Zhang Jiao, not pausing in his attacks. This scum had to be dead before they could relax. If they just stopped their attacks when he announced surrender, he would certainly take advantage of that opening. Tyranny's old generals were unfazed by Ye Xiu's trash talk. Go die. As Zhang Jiao shouted, Dazzling 100 Blossoms was just about to toss a grenade at Ye Xiu's feet to deal the final blow, but suddenly the screen flashed. A QQ chat window popped up out of nowhere. It said, "Lord Grimm has poked you." Shameless! Zhang Jiao almost spat out blood. By the time he switched back to the game, Lord Grimm was already gone. This poke wasn't any sort of game changer. It just interrupted Zhang Jiao's final attack, but Lord Grimm was still taken out by Lin Jingyan's Dark Thunder. What happened? Killing Ye Xiu should have been an exciting thing, but Tyranny's members found that Zhang Jiao was currently wearing a murderous expression. They all turned to ask what happened, only to find that Zhang Jiao had opened QQ chat on his computer and was furiously banging out paragraphs denouncing Ye Xiu's use of out-of-game interference tactics. You didn't mute, Tyranny's members sighed, and at the same time were quietly relieved that they had all muted QQ. When Lord Grimm died, he didn't drop anything, showing that he really hadn't been carrying the shards. Tyranny didn't have time to stand around here and chat. They still had to find the other 4 members of Happy, and it was possible that they already used the shards to do something. Let's split up and search, Zhang Xinji suggested. After killing Ye Xiu, everyone felt a sense of relief. Before, they were wary of splitting up lest they fall into some kind of trap, but they now felt a little braver. Yes, let's split up. Tyranny divided their members into 2 groups, each taking one path. One path continued along their current route, while the other turned back to take the path along which Steamed Bun had escaped. However, Ghost Lair's tunnels weren't so simple. After splitting in two, they ran into more forks in the road, and Tyranny still didn't have a single clue that would lead them to Happy. They could only continue splitting up until all five were acting alone, increasing the number of paths they were checking at once. Found them. They've already started killing the Ghost King. Hurry and come. At last, Lin Jingyan was the first to find Happy's four players, and they were currently engaged in fierce battle with the Ghost King. Once the Ghost King was killed, then everything was over. But Lin Jingyan was alone. He didn't dare go up alone to attack. He could only sit and anxiously wait for his teammates. "I'm close by, almost there," Zhang Jiao answered. After wandering for so long, everyone had gained a sense of the layout of the dungeon, and Zhang Jiao anticipated that he could arrive quickly. Indeed, after less than 2 minutes, Zhang Jiao could hear the sounds of the boss battle. "Where are you?" Zhang Jiao sent a message to Lin Jingyan. "You've arrived." "Yeah. Us two will go first," Lin Jingyan said. "You stick to Sima Cheng, I'll harass the other three." Zhang Jiao laid out the plan. "Okay," agreed Lin Jingyan. "Go." The two characters charged forward, and following the play, Lin Jingyan's Dark Thunder headed toward Dancing Rain, while Zhang Jiao took advantage of his attack range and began to harass the other three. Facing against three rookies, Zhang Jiao was confident in his abilities. Dazzling 100 Blossoms closed the distance, and his 100 Blossoms cover enveloped the three at once. This was a high-level playstyle only found at the professional level, and Zhang Jiao knew that these rookies, lacking experience, would have their heads spinning under this interference. "You came pretty quickly, huh?" But at this moment, Zhang Jiao suddenly heard someone speak from the lights and shadows. This voice, it was Ye Xiu, but how was he here? Zhang Jiao was frozen as though struck by a grenade, but in the next second he wanted to cry. How could he not? After all, this wasn't an official match, just an in-game event. Lord Grimm died, so Ye Xiu calmly switched to another account and continued playing. It was as simple as 1+1. But such a simple idea had been overlooked by Tyranny. Even the detail-oriented Zhang Xinji had forgotten this possibility, after growing accustomed to his professional background. For these pro players, the possibility of such a tactic didn't even exist in their minds. Ye Xiu was still here. Suddenly, the plan of having just the two of them run interference seemed a lot less feasible. This is bad. Zhang Jiao was so bold and reckless only because he was confident that the rookies couldn't handle his 100 Blossom style. But now, there was a Ye Xiu. As soon as he realized something was wrong, a silhouette appeared out of the light and shadow. The rookies were disoriented, but Ye Xiu accurately determined Dazzling 100 Blossom's position from the pattern of attack and instantly attacked in his direction. And Dazzling 100 Blossoms had indeed been standing a little too close. By the time Zhang Jiao wanted to dodge, Soft Mist was already in front of him. Of course, it's a battle mage. Zhang Jiao had no tears left, no path of retreat. He was sent flying by Soft Mist's dragon breaks the ranks, slamming into the wall, and was then battered by several chasers. And then, that Ghost King sent an attack at Soft Mist. Soft Mist twisted and dodged, and the attack sent by the boss wasn't some direction-changing chaser. It landed upon 100 Blossom's body. Once Lin Jingyan knew Ye Xiu was here, he also knew they were in trouble. The two of them had only dared to attack by themselves because they knew that aside from Sima Cheng, everyone here was a rookie. Although they wouldn't be able to take them in a fight, they could still cause some chaos without too much difficulty. But Ye Xiu had switched accounts and run over here. Trying to interfere with him would be like kicking a steel board. "I have to run." Lin Jingyan immediately made this judgment. He detached from Sima Cheng's side and began to run. Sima Cheng counterattacked instantly, and the powerful blasts landing upon Dark Thunder's backside truly made him pathetically embarrassed. Meanwhile, after Zhang Jiao was slammed into the wall, he didn't dare land directly. Ye Xiu was still there, eyeing him. This guy, not only could he use his own attacks, he could use his aggro to lure the Ghost King over here. The intelligence of an NPC was incomparable to that of a god. It should have been on Zhang Jiao and Lin Jingyan's side, 3 against Happy's 4. But now, under this direction, it was like a summoned monster at Ye Xiu's command, launching the fiercest attacks at Zhang Jiao. "Can't hold, retreat for now," Lin Jingyan shouted. "What do you think I'm trying to do?" Zhang Jiao was depressed. Of course he wanted to run, but now he was stuck at the corner of a wall, surrounded by enemies. "How much health is left?" Ye Xiu asked him, the king's avatar.